Atari axes Ray Kassar. Nintendo launches the Famicom. And Jack Tramiel delivers the killing blow to the TI-99. These stories and many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Makes him crazy, man. What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome back to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and today I'm joined by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello. Good to be here, Carl.
Excellent. So, I guess the proper description is a metric F-ton of stories.
I was going to say, I listened to your headlines. Sound like nothing much happened this month from those headlines of yours.
Yeah. Well, just as a preview, in case you are a listener who just allowed this to be the next thing in your queue and you haven't looked at how long this episode is yet.
Oh, God.
Normally, we tap out around 30, 35 stories. We just blew through the 100 mark on this one. So this is going to be a big episode. We're going to probably jump through the banter. We'll talk about it again in a moment, but you are going to be doing your Dragon Con speech, 7th guest, presentation, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to get to that in a moment again. And yes, so today we're going back to July of 1983, the crashiest crash month in the year of the crash. We're going to be covering the CES, and we're going to be covering the fallout of second quarter earnings for the big companies. It is, there's just a lot of news today. Again, for those just joining us and for those who need the reminder, we're always using the cover dates of magazines and newspapers to set everything in July of 1983. So obviously the news happened at some point before that, but it's a framing device. Also, if you want to send us comments, questions, or whatever, all the contact information is in the show notes, Video Game Newsroom Time Machine at gmail.com, or join us on our Patreon, where for just $1 a month, you could also get to watch the video version of our first segment, the 7 Minutes in Heaven, where our intrepid co-host must play a game that was reviewed in a publication dated July 1983 that they've never played before for 7 minutes. Now, we had some Stone Cold classics, Mario Brothers, the arcade game. We had Hunchback, that's Stone Cold classic for our UK listeners, Gyrus, Time Pilot, Spectrum Classic Jetpack, C64 Classics, Grid Runner, Attack of the Mutant Camels. It's an embarrassment of riches. Mule, the weird bastard child of the Ultima series, Escape from Mount Drash. It was just, and we did have to go with something that, especially for a Yank, would be the absolute, weird one in this group, and that was Manic Miner.
That's right.
So, Alex, are you ready to do some manic mining?
It didn't seem like there was much mining going on at all. I feel very misled.
You're supposed to pretend you haven't played the game yet. Oh. Jesus Christ, man.
Yes, let's go do some digging, which I am sure is what this game is entirely about.
Of course. Welcome back from your 7 minutes in heaven. So, Alex, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Jet Set Willie? Sorry. How would you describe Manic Miner based on your 7 minutes with the game?
Well, Manic Miner is a platform game that is part of the wave of games that arrived in the wake of Donkey Kong, and more specifically, in the wake of Miner 2049er. It's a game that is far ahead, I think, not that I'm an expert since I didn't grow up with this stuff, but far ahead of what you would typically find on a Spectrum. There was a great deal of variety in the gameplay. There is adroit handling of color clash, which is unavoidable, but it is at least handled sensibly. And, even sneaks a music tune in there that can drive you mad after a while, but it's an incredibly nice touch on an early Spectrum game as well. So just a really well-crafted platform game with light puzzle elements that takes good advantage of a well-programmed parabolic jump arc.
Very nicely put. And so I don't need to belabor this too much. If you're not familiar with the game, it is definitely one of those classics that should be explored. And we can also talk at length maybe about the choice of a miner or the significance of a miner as the main character at this point in time in England, which was different from Miner 2049er in the States, where that symbolism of, the guy looking for gold in the mine, as opposed to the guy on strike hoping that his mine doesn't get shut down because he's got no other job in England, is very different. And is also the reason why the sequel is called Jet Set Willie, because he does get the money at the end and now he's living the jet set life.
Yeah, I was going to say, see Mole, Monty.
Exactly. Monty Mole is coming as well. And if anybody wants a little bit of historical perspective, I highly recommend the movie Brassed Off to just get an idea of this. Very good film about the era. So, would you recommend this game to players nowadays?
I would. I think for the type of game it is, this Donkey Kong / Miner 2049er style platformer, it is very well done. And if you're interested in that kind of gameplay, or just curious about what that type of gameplay was like, there are worse places to start than with Manic Miner.
Very good. A glowing recommendation if I ever heard one. No, seriously. It is, because, if you want to know what this type of game at this time was, this is really one of the best. And it's also going to be one of the things that really inspires a million clones or similar games in the British industry over the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, let's move on now to our next segment, the Department of Corrections, where our good friend Ethan will tell us what we got wrong in our June 1983 episode.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So,
yes, back to the same place we always are, Carl. Trying to take over the world.
Oh, you say that with such loss of hope in your voice.
Whenever it's with you, Carl, it's kind of hard to avoid.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Ethan?
Oh, hi, Alex. Welcome to the DOC for June 1983.
Okay, let's get this over with. The laundry list.
All right.
Well, let's do the comment first before we get to
Yes. The Alex comment. Alex, you went and talked about that Nintendo Games on Atari video, and you didn't even mention I wrote it. Come on.
That is true.
I just realized, when I was doing my own podcast the other day, shameless plug, I realized that in that podcast I said Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, for the first time in a very long time.
Yes, indeed.
That would have been a prime opportunity to say written by Ethan Johnson, friend of the show.
Well, I'm glad that you still think of me sometimes when you're out there doing your own thing. In fact, Alex, you have a thing coming up.
I do, yes. We will be Dragon Conning, and we will be doing a live talk, Jeffrey and myself from They Create Worlds at Dragon Con on the 7th guest.
Which we have maybe just discussed 5 minutes ago, but but
it wasn't for this episode.
Well, we haven't recorded. You guys are going to make my editing a fucking nightmare. You do know that.
You do it to yourself. I was just giving him an opportunity to shill.
We just talked about it 5 minutes ago in the June 1993 episode.
And we also talked about it in the June 1983 episode, and we'll probably also have mentioned it now in the July 1983 episode. But hey, it's all good. It's all good. Carla.
So if you happen to be at Dragon Con, then make sure to stop by the They Create Worlds panel. You can find that info on theycreateworlds.com.
Yes, and for the schedule, we know, but we're not allowed to say yet because their schedule is always in flux, but you can just check the Dragon Con app to see when that will be.
Excellent. You're on an app, Alex. Look at that. You're going fancy. Okay, we will launch into June 1983, though we're first starting in June 1973. First of all, Alex, you're here, and we may have to tussle over this a little bit.
Uh-oh.
So,
is this corporate shenanigans?
Yes, indeed. So Alex mentioned in the podcast how Sega, when they were transferring their ownership into the U.S., it's complicated. They were a Japanese company, but then they became an American company with a Japanese subsidiary. That company stayed, and it's now over lordship of an American company. There was this complicated transaction where Gulf and Western, who owned Sega, took a shell company and hollowed it out and made it Sega. But that is not the final piece of the company. That company that they hollowed out was called Poly Bergen. There's a whole big report on this in the newspapers where that company went away. Poly Bergen company went away, and Sega Enterprises Incorporated became the new head company of this. But the problem with that is that is not the final company that was Sega Enterprises Incorporated. That is not the company that was eventually hollowed out and made Aegis, not Electronics, the other one. There was at some point a transfer of that control because the Poly Bergen company was dissolved in 1973, and a new company called Sega Enterprises Inc. was founded in 1974, and that's the company that actually took the assets.
Okay. We won't tussle. I'd have to look through the reports. I mean, that kind of corporate stuff is common, so I can believe it. For instance, the Atari that was owned by Warner was not the Atari technically founded by Nolan Bushnell, because they formed a new Atari that absorbed all the assets of the old Atari. So yeah, I mean, I can believe it.
And I believe this company was also founded in Delaware, because that was just the thing you did. Gremlin was also founded in Delaware, even though it was a California company.
But us lawyers, Carl and myself, can tell you why that is. It's because the Delaware Chancery Court is particularly adept at business topics and tends to be very pro-business. And so when you incorporate in Delaware, that means that is the jurisdiction in which you are located, and you can make all of your defendants go to the pro-business jurisdiction to sue you.
Well, also they have these wonderful rules about keeping certain court documents secret, even if you had a hearing.
Yeah, so
it's totally not a corrupt, broken system. No.
Yeah, it is an incredibly pro-business state that deliberately made itself pro-business so that they could get all of those corporate taxes from all of those companies that want to file there.
It is to the United States what Ireland and Luxembourg are to the European Union. Basically, the gnats keeping big business profitable. Yay! Okay,
Hooray.
sorry.
So there's your corporate shenanigan stuff for today. Let us move on. Next up, we will talk Sente. And Carl, you sold Sente. You're like, oh, they made a couple games. Actually, Sente was around for quite a few years, and they made games through the arcade crash period, and a couple of them are pretty well remembered. So I don't think you should have undersold them nearly as hard as you did.
Which ones are well remembered?
There's the ice hockey one.
Hat trick.
There's a hat trick. There's a driving
You're trying to sell the idea of well remembered, and you call it the ice hockey one.
He wasn't there. He doesn't remember it from the time.
And I've seen a couple of these games, and also Bally later, like they had a joint thing. They did this with a couple companies, including Sega. They had Bally Sente as a label because Sente actually had some power in this fallow period of the arcade. They made some semi-impressive stuff. So I don't think they made way more games than just like a little company that like made 3 and then vanished or something.
Okay. That's fair enough. They were a company that really was never on my radar. I know a couple of the games got ported to home systems, but then nothing ever really showed up on my radar.
I mean, their most fruitful period was the period when both the coin-op industry and the home industry were in their chasm, and so it was kind of an awkward period to be at your peak.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't discount those. They are part of the story.
This is true. Definitely. And I can also imagine that with the connection with Chuck E. Cheese, they were one of the few that could still probably sell a bunch of machines because they still had operating locations without having to go through the normal channels as the arcade industry was shrinking.
Sure, but also Chuck E. Cheese was shrinking. So that didn't necessarily help nearly as much as it could have. But like I said, they were semi-successful. It's they're like on a level of Exidy or something like that. Not soaring above the clouds or anything, but always pretty solid.
Cool.
And then a lot of the staff who came from Sente went to Bally and then to Williams under the Bally label as well.
Sounds cool.
Okay, then we have to go back to this one. Carl, it's been a long time. But on a C64, you cannot have vectors. There are no vectors on the C64 version of Star Wars, nor are there polygons. It's just lines.
Even the engine that Vector Graphics set up?
Yes.
Well, because it's about how the CRT is being controlled. So, I mean, you can, as a layman, call them vector, but we are not laymen at the Video Game History Newsroom Time Machine.
We are standing
men. Yes, exactly. We are standing men.
They're not. It's not a vector monitor. Okay, I get your point. Yeah. I get your point.
And it can't even be called vector.
I was trying to. How would you distinguish? What would you describe the graphics it was using as opposed to the sprite-based engine that Parker Brothers used when they ported the game over to the C64?
They were using lines to outline stuff.
Yeah, line art.
I know that's not a very descriptive thing, but I mean
line art could be what, for example, Springboard used in for Newsroom. That was line art in the sense that it wasn't filled in. But you gotta give me more than that. If you're manipulating lines to create a 3D effect,
then they are 3D lines.
I don't care if you call them like vectors, but this isn't my prison. I have no control over your sentence.
Okay.
Okay, next up. And the current day Dave & Buster's, some of which I have been in, they are very filled with redemption games. But the lineups do depend on where you go. There's one here in Chicago where they actually have a whole lineup of Daytona USA. They have the recent like Star Wars and other
That is that the
raw
one near
thrills kinds of games.
Is that the one near Schaumburg? I've been to that one.
It's in Chicago.
Well, no, I know. Like in downtown Chicago.
I don't know if it counts as downtown, but it's in the city.
No, I got
Schaumburg
you.
is south. So
no, I know it is. I know it is. But I've been to the Schaumburg Dave and Buster's. That's the only one I've been to in the Chicago area.
So yeah, just to say that it is unfortunately mostly redemption stuff, but it does vary depending on where you go.
That's fair. No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying that's fair. The ones I've been to recently, and by recently I mean within the last year or so, were one in St. Louis and one in Atlanta, and they were both. They had some video games, but they were both heavily into the redemption.
Yes, that is the way of things.
Yeah, video is not the most
video killed by the redemption star. Anyways, now we talk computers. Texas Instruments, they gave up in November 1983. That's when they announced that they were closing their home computer division. Alex did a whole series on that, if you want to go listen to that, of the home computer price wars, in which Jeffrey was like, let's get to the price wars. And Alex was like, no, we have to lay the groundwork first. And that was right. Back and forth for 5 hours. But then they got there.
That's how we do it. Well, it was only 5 hours because it was our live stream of the year. Normally it would be, 2.5 to 3 hours.
And in addition to your misplacing of stuff for Blade Runner in this episode, you also misplaced Wrath of Khan. You put previews for Wrath of Khan in June 1983.
I misspoke. I meant Search for Spock.
I missed him.
Oh, okay. At least
that makes sense. Because
I meant Search for Spock, and I said Wrath of Khan for some reason. I don't know why.
Because I missed that one. Because if I had heard him say Wrath of Khan 1983, I would have been all over that.
Yeah, no, I meant Search for Spock. There was even a weird comment in one of the magazines was like, well, they're using the preliminary title, The Search for Spock, which will definitely be changed before the movie comes out. Why did you call a movie The Search for Spock? But yeah, and I don't know why in that moment I just said Wrath of Khan.
They should have changed the preliminary script. How about that?
But I did save Carl from the harshest of Department of Corrections punishments.
That was a trip right there.
That was a trip.
I didn't pick it up for a while, and I was like,
no, I was the same.
I see.
I was the same. Like being there live, I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Good catch, Alex. You get a star from the Department of Corrections. You also caught something else in which you were talking about Microsoft and Xbox, and I believe this was related to Ed Freeze, or it was related to Seamus Blackley or something like that. I can't remember.
It was related to Ed Freeze. I think Carl said something about him being one of the people behind the Xbox, and I was like, no, he supported them. But
yes, and beyond that, Xbox was not founded because Xbox is not a company. So
yeah. Okay, the Xbox project started by
there you go.
Series of gents. Yes.
They never even made it like a division, technically. They have a thing called the head of Xbox, but that's under a division of Microsoft. That is not called Xbox. Sorry,
Gotcha.
Just throwing cameras. Don't worry about it.
It's okay.
I think the Department of Corrections just got disciplined.
Finally.
Damn you, laws of physics.
Last one for June 1983. The Got Milk ad, Alex, actually had a guy eating peanut butter on bread.
Okay.
The one with the Hamilton.
With the Aaron Burr one.
Yeah,
that's fair. I believe you. It's been a while since I've seen it. I just remember.
I went and looked it up because I was like, I'm sure it wasn't quite what
all I remember is Amber.
It is a great ad. I remember it.
But yeah,
it's such a weird thing. It's just milk. It's not not a specific product. Got milk. That was just a thing, that I know that's a thing that happens, but it's just it was effective.
And the other one I really liked, which was not a television ad, but it was a billboard in the campaign I saw once. And it was just Cookie Monster holding up a giant cookie with a very sad look on his face with the words, "Got milk."
That's fantastic. That will be the end for June 1983 here in the Department of Corrections. Carl, Alex, flee as fast as you can. Return to your stations and give us the history that we never knew we needed.
As always, Ethan, thank you for your service.
Yeah!
Yeah, it's good the Department of Corrections is there to keep me honest on my favorite topic of corporate shenanigans, because as that little exchange indicates, they can get pretty convoluted, especially where Sega is concerned.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing like having a couple of extra corporations just sitting on the books in case you ever need to fill them with something.
That's right.
Okay. We have a metric ton of stuff to get to. So, we're not turning back the clock 40 years. We're not even turning back 50 years. We're turning back 60 years for our first jump, and we don't have a sound file for this one. But, and I really should have Googled this ahead of time, top song, July 1963. What was topping the charts? Okay, here. Bobby Vinton's Blue Velvet.
She wore blue velvet.
Awesome.
I know
Excellent.
The oldies.
There we go. So, what's our first headline?
Right back into those corporate shenanigans as Maloney family sells Bally.
Bally, founded by Ray Maloney in 1931, has been sold by his family to a consortium. Billy O'Donnell will become the new president.
All right, we have too much stuff to talk about, but I still have to stop for story time here because it's corporate shenanigans, and I can't help myself.
Go for it.
So Ray Maloney, founder of the company, dies suddenly of a heart attack in 1958. The company's in a bit of a tight spot at the time it happens because at the beginning of the 50s, the Johnson Act had been passed, which severely limited the sale of slot machines. Basically, they could only be sold into states in which they were legal, which was basically only Nevada, with a couple of other counties here and there also in states where the state government left it up to counties. And Illinois, as a result of this regulation, had also banned the manufacture of slot machines in the state of Illinois.
Ooh.
So they got out of the slot machine business. They found a way to kind of stay in gambling machines by doing bingo pinballs, which was a form of pinball machine that was basically gambling because instead of having flippers and bumpers and all of this stuff, you would just launch the ball with the plunger, and then you had no way of controlling it as other than the force of your launch. And then the holes would be arrayed like a bingo card, and you would have to try to launch all your holes to form a bingo. So it was bringing pinball back to a game of chance, and then those were very popular in the 50s. But then as this crackdown continued, there was a backlash against bingos, and the Supreme Court actually ruled in 1957 that these types of machines could also be classified as gambling devices under the Johnson Act, and could also be made illegal. And so bingos were wiped out. Congress almost outlawed all pinball after this happened. But they basically decided to just outlaw bingo machines. They clarified the law after the Supreme Court case. So Bally had invested heavily in bingo pinballs. They weren't really doing traditional pinball anymore. They were in a few other things. They were doing kiddie rides and some other stuff. But they had really bet the farm on bingos, and now those were getting outlawed right at the same time that Maloney dies. And so Bally, which is actually technically a subsidiary of Lion Manufacturing, the whole thing is thrown into a trust being administered by a Chicago bank, the American National Bank and Trust Company. So there's a new board, and, the bank kind of lets the existing Bally management continue running the company. And after a couple of years, Maloney's sons, Ray Jr. and Donald, take joint control of the company. And they're left to make the day-to-day decisions, but anything they do has to go through the bank because it's actually all in trust. And at this point, sentiment is kind of swinging back towards slot machines being a little okay again. I mean, they're still only legal down in Nevada, but Illinois, it looks like, is going to repeal their law on slot machine manufacture. And so the Maloneys want to get back into the slot machine business as a way of getting the company back on its feet. But the bank wants nothing to do with that because they see organized crime connections there. So they don't let them do it. And the estate has debts that need to be satisfied. And so the bank was just going to liquidate Lion Manufacturing so that they could get their money back, get the debtors paid off, or the debt holders, paid off. And that's the point that Bill O'Donnell, who is the in charge of sales at the company and who is on the board, steps in to basically save the company. And he does it, ironically enough, by going to organized crime. Now, there's debate over whether he knew he was going to organized crime or not.
You thought it was unorganized crime?
Well, you see, because he went to a distributor who went to raise money. He went to one of the company's distributors called Runyon Sales that was run by two guys named Abe Green and Barnett Sugarman. But they were a front for Jerry Katina, a high-ranking boss in the Genovese crime family. And later on, Bally decides that they're going to enter the casino business in Atlantic City when gambling is legalized in Atlantic City at the end of the 70s. We'll no doubt be covering this on the Time Machine long time from now when we come to this. But, of course, there was an extensive investigation to make sure that they had no ties to organized crime. And so at that time, the fact that Katina was a large shareholder of Bally of the new Bally at the time of this purchase obviously became an issue. Now, he had sold his shares a long time ago, and because there had been an earlier investigation in Las Vegas as well, in Nevada. And at the time, O'Donnell just denied everything, and there was no proof, there was no paper trail. He just denied everything and said, well, I didn't know there were organized crime figures behind this company, and as soon as we realized he was a shareholder, we bought him out, and blah, blah, blah. But Barnett Sugarman's son, Myron, actually wrote a memoir because he took over in the business, after, so he was in the coin business too. And in his memoir, Myron Sugarman says Bill O'Donnell came to Runyon Sales because he knew Katina was behind it and because he wanted that introduction in order to fund the purchase of the company. So, who knows?
Sounds interesting.
Who knows?
Yeah.
So then they also brought in some other people. They brought in Irving Kay, who was a pool table manufacturer. He had a Irving Kay company, which was one of the leaders in pool tables. And then they also brought in a well-connected vending machine guy named Sam Klein, who then brought in a concessions magnate by the name of Lou Jacobs, who probably also had ties to organized crime. And Klein had ties with all of these people. So there's this mess of money, some of it coming from the coin machine business, some of it coming from the concessions business, and some of this coming from mob money, quite frankly, that comes together and raises the money needed to buy the company out from the banks. From the bank and allow them. So what they do is they don't buy the whole thing, but they buy all the important assets of Lion Manufacturing, and then they buy the Bally name. And they found a new Lion, they changed, they formed a company called KOS, named after the, Klein, O'Donnell, and Sugarman, I guess, probably the other one. KOS to buy the thing. KOS Enterprises. And then they renamed KOS Enterprises Lion Manufacturing after they bought all of these assets. And, they continued to release things under the Bally name. Technically, it did not become Bally Manufacturing until they went public a few years later. But, I mean, they were using the Bally name on everything, It's just corporate shenanigans. But this time it's mob-fueled corporate shenanigans. And then, they get further in because then to finance some of their expansion, because then they are able to get into the slot machine business and turn the company around by introducing the first electromechanical slot machine, the Money Honey. As part of their expansion, then they also take a loan from the Teamsters Fund, which, certainly has absolutely no mob ties in the 1960s.
Wow, okay. So,
I know we have so much ground to cover, but I had to go into a little depth on this story while we were here.
No, and I vaguely remember, I think you did an episode about this at some point.
Yeah, we covered Bally.
Yeah, and I knew there was some stuff behind it, so when I ran across this in an old cache box, I was like, okay, I've got to add it, and I know Alex will fill in the blank, so this is why we work well as a team here.
That's right. Nope, that's the Cliff Notes version, and it'll come back to bite a few of these people in the ass as regulators start poking at this.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Okay, let's hit the next headline here in 1963 before we can jump again.
Exactly. Lasers featured in popular electronics.
3 years after their first creation, the laser gets a feature in this month's popular electronics. The promise of deep space exploration, microsurgery, weapons of war, and more are discussed. Of course, we know the most important use will come in the form of disc reading for FMV games, but that's still a few decades away.
That's right. I mean, make it so that nobody ever has to go blind from a cataract again, or make it so that you can, guide Dirk the Daring through a castle. Which is the most important thing that the laser has contributed? Clearly, it's Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, because getting your eyesight back in a world without Dragon's Lair, what's the point?
Exactly, what's the point? There you go.
Okay, so we're done with 1963. We won't be done with lasers. Oh, we're going to see lasers a few more times today. But we're done with 1963. Let's turn on the time machine, move forward 10 years to July of 1973.
The marriage of traditional pinball machines and computer technology.
1973.
An unsavory type of play.
Welcome back to July of 1973. Alex, what's our first headline?
Atari introduces Space Race.
With a plethora of Pong clones flooding the market, Atari has again pushed boundaries with Space Race, a new take on the space theme of their first game.
Fun fact about Space Race. Atari was not supposed to release it, and this was very bad of them.
Oh, they were naughty? Nolan Bushnell was naughty?
Nolan Bushnell was very naughty. So, some people may know that when soon after Atari was incorporated, they entered into a contract with Midway Manufacturing in order to provide a pinball table in a video game. And, then they ended up doing Pong, and then they were like, hey, maybe they'll take Pong, and then they didn't take Pong, and, the rest is history. Well, even though they decided to do their own manufacturing and launch Pong themselves, they still owed Midway a video game, and Midway still wanted a video game. So they actually offered their next game, Asteroid, as the video game, and Midway accepted it. And Midway did release Space Race as Asteroid, but a few months after Atari released Space Race itself, and The contract was to exclusively provide this video game to Midway. It wasn't a non-exclusive, license. So Midway was furious that they not only released the game on their own that they had promised to Midway, but released it well before Midway was ready to release their version, therefore capturing basically whatever sales there were going to be on this darn thing. So basically, they resolved it relatively amicably. Atari chose to, in the settlement, Atari chose to forego the royalties it was owed on the game in return for Midway not suing and raising a fuss about it.
I guess it is better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
And of course, neither version sold particularly well, so...
But still, it almost feels a little bit like the move may have been connected with the next story that we have.
Bushnell goes to Europe.
Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell and sales manager Pat Carnes are heading off to Europe to establish distribution for their products.
Yep. They were pretty late to Europe, so Pong games, ball and paddle games, were very successful in Europe as they were in the United States, but Atari got even less of that pie over there than they did in the U.S. just because their competitors, the clones, got there way before they did. They just weren't ready.
Well, then it makes a lot of sense that you'd want to go over there with something else in hand, because just showing up with Pong wasn't going to be enough.
Exactly. It would not surprise me if, like you said, that was part of the impetus for, going ahead and releasing Space Race. I agree with that.
Yeah, the way that, because both of these are coming from the same weekly Cashbox magazine. Cashbox, for listeners, is a coin operator specific magazine. That's sort of a trade magazine that comes out every week. And so it literally it's described in there as you got Al Alcorn presenting this machine. Pat Carnes is currently out on assignment checking to see what the early returns on the machine are. And Nolan Bushnell is already waiting for him at the airport. So, it feels like, is like we need to have something new to show them. Screw it. But that's a little bit of speculation.
That is speculation, but it makes sense to me. That's not getting too into crazy conspiracy territory there, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, well. Okay, let's leave Atari behind. We have so much more to cover about Atari
Oh, God,
today.
yes. We sure do. But for now, we will turn our attention to the larger consumer electronics industry as RCA announces mass production of LCDs.
Radio Corporation of America has announced that they will begin a full-scale commitment to the production of liquid crystal display screens for watches, clocks, calculators, and test equipment.
Game changer right there.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see, there's a few more stories about this, but these kind of screens are already being produced, but in small scales, not in mass quantities. But, having a company the size of RCA, which at this point in time is extremely important, getting into this tech just means prices are about to go down.
Mm-hmm. But that isn't the only exciting technology that is making its debut here as Motorola announces Dynatac.
This month's Popular Electronics editorial is dedicated to the recent announcement by Motorola that they are moving forward with their Dynatac system, a mobile phone technology that will allow, via installation of repeater stations, for users to make and receive phone calls whenever within range of the antennas through the normal telephone system. While Motorola is hoping to have the system up and running within 3 years, it would take 10 for both the technology and the FCC regulations to clear.
The one fun thing I want to say here is it's my understanding, for all I know it's an apocryphal story, but I like it anyway, but the first mobile phone call ever made, outside of like the lab, testing the stuff, First mobile phone call ever made, because Motorola was, of course, in a race with good old Ma Bell to perfect a usable mobile phone technology. And so supposedly the first mobile phone call was made by one of the Motorola engineers to AT&T to basically say, hey, I'm calling you from my mobile phone.
Would not surprise me. And I think it was last year or the year before it was last year we covered in the 40-year jump the first mobile phone call being reported on. So, it's important for us because, let's face it, the most popular, by far, gaming platform in hours played that has ever existed, that will probably ever exist, is the mobile phone.
Absolutely.
And so finding out that it's here and that it's happening they're announcing this technology at the same time that LCD screens are coming down in price. Not a coincidence, I tell you. It takes another 30 years before the two shall meet, really. But still.
When they do, it's chocolate and peanut butter.
Magic. You got a screen on my phone. You got a phone on my screen. Wait, is that Snake?
Love it. Love it. But now we got to return to lasers, as Associated Press uses lasers to transmit and computers to store images.
The Associated Press has introduced a new system for transmitting images via laser, which can then be stored and edited on computers. So, didn't have a lot of detail in this popular electronics news bit, but they're essentially sending them via laser from location to location and doing the editing, making it a lot easier to basically sell and distribute these images to newspapers all over the country. And cool. The computer editing of the images, I thought, was really the impressive bit here. Because I would not have expected the storage already to be happening like that. But then again, hey, it's 1973. I can see them doing it, especially with black and white images. So.
Sure. Absolutely. And now we have to... Oh, yeah. And now we have to turn our attention, Carl, to an astoundingly primitive race. A race so astoundingly primitive that digital watches are the latest male fashion statement.
A boom. And nice. For a moment there, I thought you were going for a reference to the Kens in the Barbie movie, but Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is always amazing. A boom in digital watches is on, with a handful of manufacturers already in the space and many more expected by Christmas. The leader in the pack is apparently, according to a Tiffany spokesperson, the Pulsar, which weighs in at 4 ounces and requires the press of a button for the otherwise dark screen to light up with the red display of the time and costs $275, not adjusted for inflation, in its metal finish version, and just shy of $1,500 for the 14-karat gold version.
And, of course, within 2 years, you'll be able to buy one for like $10.
Yeah. This technology is going to come down so fast. I'd have to look it up again, but around this time, there's an episode of Columbo where it all revolves around the rich guy who committed the murder knows exactly what time he walked through a gate or something down to the minute. And Columbo's like, how do you know that? And he pulls out his watch and pushes the button. I used to watch a lot of Columbo reruns.
I love Columbo.
I love him. Peter Falk, classic. But so this is this big thing. This is this giant article in the New York Times at this point. And they list a whole bunch of other manufacturers that are making it. And it's like the Swiss are trying to figure out, what should they do about this and all this stuff. Yeah.
But in case you're wondering, well, isn't this podcast about video games? It's not the Digital Watch Newsroom Time Machine, is it? This is important for situating which I've talked about on my podcast before, where exactly home video games were, because you had a succession of consumer electronics products, including calculators, digital watches, CB radios, that had all gone through rapid boom and bust cycles, with, in most cases, prices starting out really expensive and then just plummeting rapidly within the period of a couple of years. And that's kind of the environment that the first home video games are launched into, and they follow a lot of that same cycle and can only be understood within this larger consumer electronics thing going on.
Well, and also, I mean, these other devices require the same basic components. You need a chip, you need a timing crystal, you need a display. So as these far more plentiful products, the ones that are going to sell in much larger numbers than a video game system, come out, they're pulling down the prices of all these other doohickeys. Let's face it, MOS technology is not going to be in the right place to make a pet computer had they not had the watches and the calculators before that, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
So these are extremely important steps, and it really does, I think, and this is why I include all this stuff, to paint a picture of where we are in the zeitgeist and in the technology, especially in relationship to its mass manufacture.
Absolutely. But enough technology. Let's end 1973 with a bit of a human interest story as Ira Bettelman graduates with psychology degree.
Ira Bettelman, son of Al Bettelman, president of C.A. Robinson, the renowned California coin-op distributor, has graduated with a master's degree in psychology. He did research on disturbed youths using coin-operated games as therapy at Cal State in Long Beach.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This is, I mean, considering that the field of games as therapy tools, which I talked to Noah Falstein in my interview with him quite extensively, is really a very up-and-coming and important area of research nowadays. This might be one of those first times where a commercial game, commercially available product, not something that was designed specifically for a study, was being used in a therapy, and I'd love to see it. I sent a message to Sandy Bettelman, his brother. Have not heard back, unfortunately. I sent it over Facebook, but it would be phenomenal to find out if his master's thesis still exists. I mean, that would just be really, really cool. I know our Ethan has also, he did a very quick check to see if somebody had scanned it, but there was nothing there. And so maybe at some point we can uncover it. It would be really, really cool to find out what he was doing with it and just see how that compares with the way that this subject is approached nowadays.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, but enough of this. Everybody is here for one thing and one thing only. It's the month of the year of the crash. And so we need to turn on the time machine. And just a heads up, I know I already gave the warning earlier in the show that we're always using cover dates of magazines and publications. We have about just shy of 100 stories for the 1983 launch this time. And it's in large part due to the fact that we had the CES in June. The reports of that are coming out. We've got the second quarter financial results of a lot of the companies hitting the newspapers. So those are actually happening afterwards. We've got weekly magazines and newspapers reporting stuff, magazines reporting stuff that's a little bit older. I've tried to sort of rejigger the configuration this month just so that it has a little bit more shape, a little bit more form, but there is just a certain limitation to when did each thing happen and what exactly is the source. Of course, as always, the links are in the show notes. I've tried to rejigger this as best I can. Hopefully we can get through all of it. But there's just so much important news. This, I think, is probably the zenith of the year of the crash. It's not going to get any more exciting than that.
This is War and Peace edition of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
Where's the peace?
There's some big news in Japan that I think
okay. Well, it's more like the birth of a new war, but fine, sure. It's the Weimar Contract of...
Oh, my.
Okay, enough of that. We're turning on the time machine and heading back to July of 1983.
Business has dropped in half of the past 1983.
Certain types of games.
Businesses like sex.
Welcome to July of 1983. I hope everybody's sitting down and comfortable. Alex, what's our first story?
Oh, nothing big. Just Ray Kassar leaves Atari.
The man who helped Atari climb to unbelievable highs has resigned as CEO of the company. The pressure had been mounting since the losses reported late in 1982, and Kassar's fall was all but inevitable at this point. James Morgan of Philip Morris will be assuming leadership of the company in September, with Manny Girard acting as interim head of the company.
Yep, resigned, but of course he was fired.
Oh, of course,
which he himself said, many years later. And we'll talk about why I think that was very shortly here, so I won't spoil that now.
A little bit about James Morgan. He does give an interview to the New York Times. He's all gung-ho about the idea of turning Atari around. He tells the Times in an extensive profile, the biggest quote, and this is a direct quote, the biggest challenge is to transfer the culture of Philip Morris into a company that got too big, too fast, and hasn't yet understood how to be a big company and a successful big company. I know how to do it. I've been part of building and executing the management philosophy here. End quote. The management philosophy is not stated, but I'm guessing it's about how to outmarket your competitors selling identical products, which of course games are not.
I've interviewed James Morgan.
Oh, really?
And yes, I have. I've interviewed James Morgan. And what he said in hindsight is that the biggest mistake he made is that they needed a hatchet man, and he would never be that. I mean, he wasn't built to be a hatchet man. And it's interesting to contrast that with his quote here, which is why I bring it up, because he said the biggest challenge is to, a company that got too big too fast and hasn't understood how to be a big company. And so I do think that he was under the impression when he took this job, sounding from this and, kind of putting two and two together here, that he did think that that's what he was going to be able to do, is just course correct a big company. And what he was actually required to do, which he only knew in hindsight, was basically to destroy this company and start it over small again. And, he never did that.
That's actually an interesting insight. When I read it, my immediate reaction was he didn't understand that he was going into a creative field. If they had brought in somebody from the movie industry, maybe this could have been understood. Then again, we're going to see that Warner's got a problem there too. So other issues, and they're coming. It is owned by a movie studio. You'd think that they'd understand the concept of creating creative product, but then again, Warner doesn't sell cameras. But speaking of that, Warner has also rejiggered the company, combining the home computer and console divisions into one company, something that will be very relevant next year, while separating out marketing and manufacturing as two separate ones, with Arcade International and Atari Tel, that was their telecommunications thing we've talked about in previous episodes, remaining as separate entities. This will be the primary cause for an additional 1,000 layoffs in Santa Clara, as the company is trying to trim costs. Atari started the year with over 7,000 employees, and after multiple rounds of layoffs, will now be down to 4,000.
Yeah, and I think I've mentioned this before, but basically they took the computer and home console divisions and created Atari Products Company, which was responsible for the creation of everything. The Atari Sales Company, which was responsible for sales and marketing of everything, and then the Atari Manufacturing Company, which was responsible for building everything. And this provided them a way to kind of reshuffle their executive suite as well, and reassign some high-level executives without actually firing them.
Exactly. Now, interesting little quote, because it's all pretty much happening at the same time now. The Ray Kassar firing is happening right after or shortly after CES, but at CES, so we're talking less than a month before, David Ruckert, who's the senior VP of marketing for Atari at the time, told the press at CES that the VCS market was, quote, healthy as hell, end quote, and that April software sales were up 10% over last year, and 10% of all U.S. households will buy a VCS during the next year, further expanding the market for software. Well, I mean, they might buy them for like $15 out of a bargain.
Yeah, I mean, software sales were up 10% over last year, but how was software dollar volume compared to last April when Pac-Man was released?
Yeah, I'm guessing that may be a very careful massaging of the numbers. Yeah. I just love that quote so much I had to include it. And just so we can't say that Warner Brothers is only ailing because of Atari and the rest of the company was doing just fine, Robert W. Shapiro, president of Warner's film division, has left his post in a surprising move. 1982 was a weak year for Warner's film division, with only one movie in the top 10 box office list, Chariots of Fire, and the studio tied with Columbia for last place in domestic film rentals.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to run on the beach. There you go. So
yeah, I mean, you know, we've talked about this before. I mean, obviously Warner's having a particularly bad time, but both the movie and music industries have been in a slump that they are just starting to come out of in this period, which is another part of the big reason why video games exploded so much, because that's where the teenagers were putting their money rather than movies and music. And even though, generally speaking, those businesses are starting to come out of their slump at this point, you know, Warner is just in a complete rut with its film business at this time.
Don't worry. Superman 3 is right around the corner. That'll save them.
Oh, yes. Christopher Reeve and Richard Pryor, what could possibly go wrong?
All I remember is walking out of the theater going, what the hell did we just watch?
But hey, I mean, in hindsight, it's better than Superman 4.
Oh, wow. It's so sad that comparison is possible. Okay.
But now let's get to the heart of that Ray Kassar matter that I was hinting at before. Atari distribution restructuring tanks.
Atari's attempt to rebuild its distribution network from being one without exclusivity deals to one with is backfiring. Distributors who haven't signed on or were left out held on to product out of spite. Those that are still in are having to sell product to smaller retailers at prices in excess of what mass marketers like Kmart can sell the same goods at retail for, and generally the whole damn thing is a fiasco, as a recent industry survey shows that while over 20% of American homes have a game system already, 87% of those that don't have no intention of buying one, meaning that growth from this point forward will be slower and far fiercer.
Yeah, I think the reason Ray Kassar was fired was because the whole distribution thing was an absolute disaster. And we talked about the details in our special Crash episode, so I won't go over them again because we have so long to go, so far to go.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't ET that got him fired. It wasn't the stuff that happened in 82, because if they were going to fire him over the stuff that happened in 82, they'd have fired him way before July. But it was the huge, just titanic losses that they suffered as a result of all the inventory rebalancing, stock rebalancing they had to do around this distribution thing that I think was his complete undoing.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, the articles that we have here, one from the Baltimore Sun, is just scathing. I mean, the distributors who have been burnt by this, and this was one of the things that I didn't know beforehand, or at least wasn't clear to me, the big box retailers, the Kmarts, are buying directly from Warner.
Correct, yes.
So that changes the math completely. It means it's the same thing that Commodore does with the VIC-20 when it goes into Kmart with the smaller retailers. There's no point to being a distributor of these games if your clients, the ones buying them from you, have to compete in an impossible situation where they have to sell the stuff for more than the competition. It's just not even, it doesn't make any sense. And of course they're going to backlash. They're going to try to sell the stuff back. And let's face it, Atari hasn't had a hit game since Pac-Man.
And, we have to remember that they're doing all sorts of stock rebalancing. For instance, giving markdowns as a carrot to people that stay within the system. They're giving markdowns on their inventory, including 40% markdowns on ET. 40% markdowns.
Wow.
I mean, they're hemorrhaging money both ways. They're hemorrhaging money from distributors left out in the cold that are just returning all of their stock, that because there's a glut, then Atari is not going to be able to sell to another distributor. So they just have to eat that inventory coming in. And they're, losing it on the markdowns with the people they're keeping. So, I mean, it's just, they're losing money coming and going. They might as well have just, sent all of their cash to a landfill in Alamogordo and, lit it on fire.
Very true. Oh, well, at least they're not alone.
No, they are not, because Mattel, Atari, and TI announce even bigger losses.
We were in the year of the crash, when every month sees an upward revision of losses for major players in the industry. Warner announced a second quarter loss of $283 million. A day later, TI, Texas Instruments, announced a second quarter loss of $119 million. The computer division actually lost $183 million. And Mattel, whose second quarter doesn't end until July 30th, has warned that the, quote, magnitude of the second quarter operating loss is not yet fully determinable, end quote. But it will be, quote, significantly more than $100 million, end quote, for the quarter, which comes after a $20.4 million loss for the first quarter, with an 82% drop in sales in its Mattel Electronics division, which showed a loss of $34.4 million. And I'm sorry for all these numbers in a row. Just picture very, very large quantities of money disappearing.
Yeah, well, and I know you're not done with the summary yet, but I just want to interject here as well. Notice that in both of these cases with TI and Mattel, the electronics/home computer losses were greater than the overall losses, which means both of these companies would have been profitable, but for their dalliance in this other area.
Well, of course. I mean, just think about it. Mattel is riding high on He-Man at this point. The TV show hasn't hit yet, and it's already a huge success. I know I harp on He-Man a lot here, but this shift over of interest back into physical toys from video games, it is a factor here. Because I honestly never asked my parents for a video game system as a kid. I mean, at this point in time, I'm 6-7 years old. I never asked them a single time for a video game. They were of no interest to me whatsoever because I had the other stuff. And I know there's a lot of other people who were in the same boat. So, and TI, of course, I mean, they're a giant corporation. They do all sorts of other stuff. The fact that there's another $70 million almost in they would have had profit, but for this stupid machine. Oh, well, okay. We have a lot to cover. Actual sales to consumers were up, but due to massive inventories at retail, sales from Mattel to retailers were down. So there's more stuff going to people, but the retailers still have so much inventory from Christmas that they're just not ordering Jack from Mattel. So Mattel isn't getting any of that because it's already been put on the books.
Yep.
And now this comes as only Coleco is showing a profit of $9 million for the quarter. Although that was lower than expected, and Wall Street has hit the stock price, anticipating that even the ColecoVision won't be unscathed in the console market shakeout. Retailers are dumping unsold home computer inventory, and the Aquarius is in 3 test markets, but is plagued by technical problems, and Joshua Denham, head of Mattel Electronics, has resigned, and 260 office staff have been laid off at Mattel.
Yeah, the CEOs are dropping like flies here.
Oh yeah, there is heads must roll to pay for this. It's crazy, and then we also get Milton Bradley, also has bad results to report, but no exact numbers, as the quote unexpected end quote drop in the price of the Vectrex hurt projections as well as soft sales numbers out of Europe. And yeah, we will be talking about the Vectrex price drop once we get out of the corporate news here, but the fact that they called it unexpected. It's like, you decided to drop the you kind of followed the market on this. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah. And just to give this all a historical perspective to understand the general world outside of this, the Federal Reserve announced this month that the recession officially ended in November of 1982. And for those not in the know, recessions are always determined way, way after. So you're in a recession, you're not going to find out officially that you're in a recession until many, many months later. And same thing goes with when one ends, because you have to wait for all the data to come in. And many sectors of the economy sales are up, with IBM reporting nearly $1.34 billion, with a B, in profits for the quarter.
It's morning in America.
Exactly. The federal government's debt is going up at an astronomical pace at this point.
But yeah, so, I mean, the whole thing about, until the Great Recession, people thinking that video games were pretty recession-proof, I mean, this doesn't really disprove it, because it really isn't recessionary forces that were causing the problems in the video game industry. It happens to be at about the same time as a recession, but and it's probably in some ways that's even worse timing that they would have their crash now, because this is the period of time when their sales might have gone up as consumers have more that they can spend, but this is the exact same period where they just can't put any new product into the marketplace anymore.
And it's exactly this. I mean, their best times, late 81, middle of 82, those were still the recession period. Yep. I mean, there should have been less money for things like an expensive Pac-Man cartridge. but instead the money was there. It's just, the product was crap. Or too much of the product was crap, I should say.
And too much of the product was product. I mean, as I've said before, every single game that was released could have been one of the most brilliant games ever released in the history of the world, and we would have still been in the same situation.
You can only buy the best game in the world once.
Exactly. And, just continuing this parade, Williams profits down.
While the final numbers won't be in until Williams finishes its inventory counting, expectations are that the arcade game maker's income for the first 9 months of the fiscal year will be 20% lower than the previous year. Less than expected returns on Sinistar and Bubbles are partly to blame.
Because let's not forget, kids, the coin-op industry is collapsing too. It's a separate economic cycle with separate causes, but they're overlapping.
Yeah. And this month, if you read any of the trade publications that are designed for the operators, they are all blaming the consoles. Consoles. A few other boogeymen are out there, but you're right. It's just cyclical, but in this moment, they're all looking at the consoles ate our lunch at the same time that the consoles are basically collapsing, but I don't think they quite understand that. So, or at least the letter pages aren't up to speed fast enough.
Exactly. What a time to be alive. And, the hits just keep on giving, as we already talked about TI's big financial losses, but TI also lays off 750.
Texas manufacturing plants are being downsized after demand for the TI-99 4A, what a great name, did not grow as anticipated. TI says that 700 of the cuts are temporary workers brought in winter 1982 to increase production capacity, but follows a cut of 2,000 employees in September of 1982.
And I just imagine Jack Tramiel, because he has a very deep voice. I imagine him reading this and doing a Jabba the Hutt laugh, like, ooh, 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 ooh. Oh.
Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, it was right around probably December or January episodes. We had a quote from Texas Instruments where they talked about how it was some outrageous number, like 30% of the home computers were going to be TI computers sold in the next year. They really did ramp up production, thinking that, they're just going to sell everything that they built. And that is apparently not materializing. And,
Nope. And what they are selling, they're going to be selling at rates they can't afford to sell them at.
Exactly. Well, we'll get more into that in a bit, but...
Absolutely. So we've talked about the resignations. Let's talk about the hires. Marketers brought in to take reins of computer makers.
As the battle for dominance in the ever more cluttered computer field grows, many makers of computers are bringing in marketers from traditional consumer goods companies to lead their fight for shelf space. Apple has brought in John Scully from Pepsi, Atari has Philip Morris as James Morgan, Osborne has Robert Yannick from Consolidated Foods Corporation, Mattel Electronics has Mac Morris of Combe Inche, a health and beauty aids company, which I'm sure I just massacred the name of. And John Shirley, former VP of merchandising at Tandy, is now president and COO at Microsoft. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sign that a lot of these companies are maturing into the mass market. Whether, that's always the right kind of people to lead a tech company is another issue entirely. But there's definitely a sense that you need something besides the technology at this point for your product to
to stand out in the marketplace, and that ordinary people are really starting to get involved in this stuff.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, these are coming from New York Times articles, so they're obviously seeing it a bit more from the business point of view, and these changes are things that the stock market is also reacting to in a pretty big way. Well, in both positive and negative, we'll see that later. But yeah, you're right. It is a maturing. You're seeing a lot of the technology guys who started these companies or pushed for these subsections of companies to come into existence being muscled out and replaced now with your typical suits. And some of them will succeed and some of them will be James Morgan. Okay.
Pretty much. Meanwhile, across the pond, UK tax authority preps for micro crash.
The Inland Revenue, that's their version of the IRS for Yanks, has set up a special office in Bristol to begin collecting information on the multitude of new hardware and software providers that have popped up in the last 2 years. Apparently, they are aware that a major shakeout is about to happen, and they want to make sure all taxes due are paid before most of these companies disappear. A similar task force was set up 3 years earlier to go after tax cheats in the music industry.
And, you know, they're pretty prescient on this because a lot of people don't realize it. I mean, even Britain don't realize it, since like the real flourishing of the hobby, you know, started kind of in the mid-'80s, is that there was a shakeout. Now, obviously, it had nothing to do with what was going on in the United States with the video game crash. It's different companies, it's different platforms, it's different games. But there was a shakeout right about here. And a lot of the companies that had meteoric rises at the very beginning of the decade, like Imagine Software, most famously, but not just them, you know, flame out in this period. And because the industry was so small, it didn't really have like an impact. Just other bedroom coders rushed in and replaced them. But there really was a shakeout in this time period.
Well, and it's not just that. I mean, it's not just the software side.
Yeah.
You have to think about the Sinclair computers are so minimalistic that there's an entire gigantic ecosystem of companies making hardware add-ons. You know, plug a joystick into a Spectrum, you need an adapter. Who's making the adapter? How many compatible adapters are there, et cetera, et cetera. All of these peripheral makers are in the sites. You've got a ton of companies importing Japanese computers, the Sword and so forth. Those are British companies that may or may not be doing everything legit.
And you've got a bunch of also-rans in both Britain and France, like the Dragon and the Thomson F07, the Auric, the Tangerine.
Oh, yeah. And so that's why there is a lot about to go down. And it's very funny that these guys are setting up and waiting for it.
Yes. Time to be dead a couple of years for tax reasons. Legally dead.
The Hitchhiker's Guide is just going to be all over this episode, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And I am impressed because that is a deeper cut. I am very impressed.
Oh, come on. You're talking to the lawyer.
Guide reference.
As a fellow law school graduate, you know that was the line that caught my attention in that whole book, okay?
I love it.
Okay, that was the corporate shenanigans side. We're going to see more corporate shenanigans, but that was the big news. Let's do our more regular breakdown. Let's move on to CoinOp.
Absolutely. And right away, we get ourselves right back into financial trouble as rebates hit CoinOp.
Bally Midway is offering $200 to any operator who purchases either a Journey or Mappy CoinOp machine to help encourage the adoption of the, quote, good earner, end quote, machines in an otherwise skittish marketplace. Yeah.
If they're such good earners, why are you having to offer $200 rebates, Bally Midway?
Well, according to them, the idea is that everybody is skittish right now. So they just need to get the word out about the machine to the players so that the players start asking for it. So this is just, for those first people who are going to be the ambassador operators. It's nonsense. Yeah, they're screwed, blue, and tattooed.
Oh, yes. For certain.
As anybody who's ever played Journey, the arcade game, will attest to.
Yeah. And, of course, when everything's going to pot and everyone in the business is going back to basics, this is the perfect time for a complete reinvention of a traditional company as Gottlieb changes name.
Yeah. It's almost as if Mediagenic never heard this story before. Okay. Venerable coin-op company D. Gottlieb & Co. has changed their name to Millstar Electronics Incorporated to reflect their move into the future. I'm sure this new name won't become a millstone around their Millstar neck, right?
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Yeah.
No, they were just completely out of touch. And the problem is there's multiple layers of management completely removed from CoinOp because Gottlieb was bought by Columbia, and then Columbia was bought by Coca-Cola. And so they brought in a lot of people that, were not CoinOp people. There's still some CoinOp people at the company too, but there's a lot of people that aren't CoinOp people in management. And then they have to get approval for a lot of things from people 2 layers of management above them that have no idea what's going on. And yeah, they are in trouble. And it's kind of funny because they were the last to finally acknowledge they had to get into video. And yeah, they had a big hit with Qbert, but they were the last because they were the company that was always, we are a pinball company. Like throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, as other stuff was coming and going, they're the company that was like, we are a pinball company. And then they're finally like, okay, maybe we have to be more than just a pinball company now. And then they make that move right at the point where it would have been better to just focus on pinball.
Yeah. I mean, it is very... No, it's not ironic. It's tragic.
Yes. It's a Greek tragedy.
Tragic. It is very tragic. I mean, but... Oh, well... It's...
Meanwhile... Yeah, no. Meanwhile, however, Sente has Videa.
And no, that's not a sexually transmitted disease. So, friend of the show, Roger Hector, has been interviewed by Joystick Magazine about his new company, Videa's work developing new arcade games for Nolan Bushnell's Sente. He explains that the company is wholly independent, even though it's located in offices owned by Sente. Yeah. Now, I included this primarily because the interview with Hector in this article, in this issue, is pretty interesting because he is talking about trying to do brand new things with the technology and really trying to focus on this idea that, that this team is trying to do something different. And that the resources that they can get through Sente, aka Chuck E. Cheese, are going to allow them to go places where they wouldn't be able to go otherwise. And for those who have listened to my interview with him, go check that out because he does talk about this period. Obviously, the games that come out of Sente are not going to really be revolutionary, but there are going to be attempts, Laserdisc stuff that's going to be a little bit more complicated and whatnot.
Even motion cabinets, they were fooling around with it.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the entire collapse of Chuck E. Cheese is going to end all of that. I have an upcoming interview with somebody who was there on the animation team when that happened. Great stories. Oh, yeah, sorry. The shenanigans at Chuck E. Cheese almost make the shenanigans at Atari look tame by comparison, apparently. There was some some stuff going down. Nolan was still enjoying himself. But yeah, so, and it's not the last time we'll see Roger Hector's name today. So
absolutely. And Roger Hector's not the only one who is beating this drum on the next generation, because Playmeter and others also agree that new tech needed to revitalize arcades.
With increased competition from home systems, video arcades have seen profits cut by as much as 50%, says analyst Chris Kirby, a name we've mentioned here several times already on the show. Now, new tech like Dragon's Lair's Laserdisc will be needed to get fickle teens back into the arcade, and virtually every coin-op manufacturer is ready to follow Cinematronics' game into arcades around the nation with their own Laserdisc offerings. Some, like Laserdisc Systems, even want to improve on the problematic load times by offering systems with 2 Laserdisc players, so one can be playing the current scene while the second seeks out the next. All of this, of course, at slightly elevated unit prices for operators of between $3,500 and $4,000 a unit, equivalent to sit-down cabinets with relatively low-cost upgrades through the exchanging of Laserdiscs at $1,000 each. And don't worry, the machines are, according to Cinematronics engineer Stephen Baby, did I get that right? That may be a typo. More reliable than traditional games, as there are fewer electronics. Why, the only repairs will be to the optic assembly, a simple mechanical task.
Optic assemblies never fail. Just ask PlayStation 2 owners.
Yeah, and it's a real simple thing to change. And
yes,
I mean, as if I'm understanding the optic assembly, is he just talking about the laser move?
I believe so.
Mechanism. But
I believe so. Yeah.
What ends up dying in these things, for the most part, is the actual spinner of the disc, right?
Well, yeah, because I mean, they were trying to start to figure this out at the time. But of course, when this whole thing started, nobody was thinking about Laserdiscs as video game systems, including the Laserdisc manufacturers. So, the early machines in this field were all using commercial Laserdisc systems, the same things that were meant for people's home to watch Laserdisc videos. They weren't industrial systems, so they were not made to be constantly seeking for hours and hours at a time.
Well, and the other fun part, and I did not know this until I started digging a little bit deeper into this, the original Dragon's Lair discs were metal plated. They were worried about people knocking on the machines and the disc wobbling, so they added an extra coat of metal. These things were heavy. So you were putting even more strain on the player, and it was killing them even faster. And I actually found some pictures online of these discs, and literally it's a metal back to the disc. It's insane.
Yeah, it was technology not ready for prime. I mean, there are other things you can say about Laserdisc games not being interactive enough, or this and that and the other thing as well. But the thing is, any excitement that they were going to be able to create was sabotaged by the durability. And so, this thing here, what's better than one Laserdisc player that breaks down all the time? Two Laserdisc players that can break down all the time.
Yeah, I mean, now Laserdisc systems, as far as I could see, I don't know if I couldn't find any functioning examples video of one of their machines working, but they ended up making this really complicated, little Laserdisc movie thing that was more movie than game, even more so than Dragon's Lair. But yeah, I mean, it's insane. Everybody's getting in on this at this point. And
absolutely. But it's not just in game design where new technology is moving in, because magnetic strips poised to replace coins.
At least 4 companies have begun readying magnetic strip cards, like credit cards, for use in coin-operated machines. A big impetus is the rising price of cigarettes, which make the use of coins for the purchase of a pack harder and harder, but they could theoretically be used on all sorts of machines and cut down on potential theft.
Very prescient. Obviously, it wasn't ready at the time, but I mean, go to Dave & Buster's today and see how you pay for your games.
Yeah, one of the major manufacturers of that stuff nowadays is actually an Argentine company, Sacoa.
Interesting.
They're a major player worldwide in those systems, primarily because in Argentina with inflation, there was very little way to do that stuff. They used specially shaped tokens, that had ridges on them, so each arcade would only have their own tokens and you couldn't fit a regular coin in the slot. But yeah, they're a major player in that still to this day.
Very interesting.
It is prescient, but it obviously is not something that's going to work for a street location. It's only going to be dedicated locations, which obviously is not going to be great for certain operators.
Absolutely. But, arcades aren't just for games anymore. They're for all sorts of things. That's at least according to Victor, which wants you to book flights at your arcade.
And so much more. Video Communications, a Richmond, Virginia company, showed off a new upright with a keyboard, joystick, and telephone on the front that will harness the power of networks to bring top-of-the-line games as well as telecommunications to both business locations and the home. Their super advanced hardware will access a growing library of games via networks as well as services like flight bookings and long-distance phone calls. The device is estimated to be $13,000, won't be sold but given to operators in exchange for a $500 deposit, and all revenues will be split 3 ways between manufacturer, operator, and location. The Video Communication Terminal, or VCTER, Victor, won't run on coins but require the user to have a Victor credit card so they can be billed after the fact. Yeah. Exactly. This is way too early for prime time. And by the time the technology for this does exist, it'll be called a cell phone. So, but yeah, the device looks like an upright coin op machine, but with a keyboard and a joystick on the front. Basically similar to what the Spectra video computer setup looks like. And it's, I couldn't find any references to it anywhere online. I Googled the names of all the people associated with the machine from the articles. I couldn't track anybody down that fit the bill. And I did find a corporate registry for video communications, but obviously ancient, old. So, yeah, this quite clearly never actually gets off the ground, but they did show it at some trade shows, so.
Yep. So I guess it's going to be games leading the way after all, and specifically digital poker games going after the older audience.
Stern Electronics is the latest company to jump on the hot digital card game bandwagon. With the video boom over, a shift to an older demographic, especially in bars, seems to be the smart bet for many operators.
And it really was. And, these kind of games basically end all other types of coin-operated amusements in bars. Not that you'll never see a video game or a pinball machine in a bar again, but obviously it's not enough to save Stern, which will eventually go out of business, but poker really becomes the next big craze in the bar scene.
And it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's not going to be graphically or technologically demanding. You can have all the different card games on the same terminal. Relatively simple. Mm-hmm. You're not going to have a joystick. You just have a couple of buttons to choose which card you're manipulating at each time. Less wear and tear on the machines. And it's a little bit quieter. It's going to appeal to that older audience that's going to be able to do some more. And should the dream of legalized gambling, which they keep talking about here, they're going to be talking about 10 years later, they're going to be talking about 20 years later, finally comes around, you're already in prime position as the operator to just probably add a card in the back of this thing and start collecting money somehow. So, yeah. Oh, and this next thing is actually out of place. This was supposed to be part of the new technology thing, but the re-edits got a little crazy. So
everything about this episode is a little crazy.
Yeah. So it's it's either going to be Laserdisc, super expensive video games that are going to be flashes in the pan, or you buy the card game and poker hasn't changed in 100 years, so let it ride.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, back to the arcade market, not going so well. Tex Critter bows out of Pizza Arcade Market.
Castle Entertainment, owners of various amusement parks, arcades, and Tex Critter's Pizza Jamboree Theater, a chain of 12 pizza restaurants, cum robots and games, has declared bankruptcy and will be shutting down or selling those restaurants as they have been losing money, hurting the rest of the operation.
Yeah, those of you only familiar with Chuck E. Cheese and showbiz, you have no idea how many for a brief period robot pizza arcade joints there were.
Oh, yeah. So many of them. And we've covered a few of them here on the show as they pop up. But now we're going to cover how within the next 12 months, virtually every one of them that's not Chuck E. Cheese is going to be gone. Even Showbiz is going to merge at some point, and then it will just be the Chuck E. Cheese.
Well, it's actually the other way around. It's Showbiz that takes over Chuck E. Cheese.
And then reskins.
And for a while, they keep both of them open.
Yeah, for a little while.
So throughout the late 80s and early 90s, that Showbiz owned Chuck E. Cheese then, too. They kept both in operation, and then they finally reskinned everything as Chuck E. Cheese because it was always the bigger brand name.
Yeah. Well, when do they finally shut down the last of the Showbizes? I thought it was already in like 87 or 88. Do they still have them until the 90s?
That's a good question. I know they still had them in the late 80s.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I never actually went to a Showbiz. That's why
I never did either, but I remember still seeing the television commercials. Yeah, 1992. It wasn't until 1992 that the rebranding was complete. That's what I thought, but... Okay. Yeah, cool. Then I was off on that. Then again, I don't think they may never have actually made it to Seattle, so that's why it probably was under my radar. They may not have. Plus, I was being a little younger. I was still watching children's television in that time period, and so I would see the commercials. I've never been to a Showbiz. I've only been to a Chuck E. Cheese, but I would still see the commercials for Showbiz Pizza. Gotcha. So crazy. So, yeah. It was such a weird period. Turns out when arcade games are no longer in vogue, nobody wants to eat your pizza. But it was it's terrible. Oh, yeah, it was terrible. Oh, my God, it was terrible. They only used the finest cardboards. And that was the cheese. Okay. Meanwhile, across the other pond, Nintendo's Tokyo stock debut dampened by lawsuit. Last month, we talked about how Nintendo would be moving from the Osaka to the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Leading up to its debut on the 21st, the stock rose considerably, but closed down after its first day of trading in Tokyo on reports that, and I'm going to kill the name, Ikegami Tsushinki, the company Nintendo had contracted to do programming work on the Donkey Kong arcade game, was suing Nintendo for breach of contract. Spoiler alert, the stock did okay in the end. Yeah, it does okay long term, long view. Yeah, exactly. This is, of course, the famous Donkey Kong Jr. case where
Ikigami had done Donkey Kong, and then Nintendo wanted to do a sequel without them, and so brought in another company. And because nobody knew what they were doing, they just reverse engineered Donkey Kong to make Donkey Kong Jr., which had copyrighted stuff from Ikigami in there.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And the news reports also claim that Nintendo had stiffed them on royalties from Donkey Kong, but it could have been just connected to Donkey Kong Jr.
Well, yeah, that's what it was. They claimed that they were owed royalties on Donkey Kong Jr. because their copyrighted code was used. I mean, I don't know if they had also tacked on Donkey Kong royalties or not, but I do know primarily the royalties they're talking about are Donkey Kong Jr. royalties because of Donkey Kong.
Gotcha. Now, that other Donkey Kong version of Donkey Kong that Nintendo had licensed out and had done by and had manufactured by other companies because they couldn't keep up with demand. What was the name of it again?
Oh, well, I mean, you're probably thinking of Crazy Kong. I mean, there were a few, Kong, yeah. But you're probably thinking of Crazy Kong.
Was that also programmed by them, or was that a Nintendo internal team programmed Crazy Kong?
No, Nintendo didn't have internal programmers at the time, so I don't know if Ikigami did anything with the other stuff, but it definitely wasn't internal Nintendo.
Ah, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, as a result of all of this, Yamauchi would announce plans to split the stock and raise the annual dividend by 14%. This is all coming.
Man.
Yeah. No. This, and I'm getting this from the Japan Economics Newswire. So this was financial news. This apparently was a huge deal that this lawsuit news hits right as the stock is opening on the Tokyo Exchange. And I put it here in the coin-op news because at this point, Nintendo is the coin-op company. They're a toy manufacturer, but nobody really cares about that. It's all because of them being the Donkey Kong company. And if the crown jewel is under attack, this is huge. So, yeah.
Yes. But Carl, that's all about to change.
Really?
Because I am told here that our next headline is Nintendo and Sega enter the programmable console market.
Wow. It's almost like it was planned that way. Now, both Sega and Nintendo have launched game consoles in the 15,000 yen range, with more expensive home computers also dueling for competition, including Sega's own SG-3000. The question
SC-3000.
SC-3000. Oh, typo, sorry. The question of price point may be the deciding factor. The Japanese market, just like the North American and European markets, are clearly eyeing a transition to cheap home computers, so the potential success of standalone game systems is not clear.
Yeah. Yamauchi is just such a visionary because this is not the direction that anyone else in Japan thought the market was going. And that includes Sega, because Sega only created the SG-1000 when they learned that Nintendo was doing the family computer. The SC-3000 was the original product.
Yeah.
And, Bandai, there's a relatively recent, last couple of years, interview with Bandai's CEO at this time. And he was very interested in the video game market and electronic entertainment market because he thought sure that this was going to be a big part of the future. But if you look at Bandai in this period, they threw everything at the wall. They imported the Vectrex and the Intellivision. They made their own computer console hybrid. They made their own, all of this different stuff because he said nobody really had an idea what the market was. And so Bandai was trying everything and wasn't making much headway. Other toy companies like Tomy and Takara and some of the other electronics companies as well were trying these computer console hybrids, Matsushita and Casio and whatnot as well. And if you had a console, because there were some consoles like by Epoch and whatnot, they tended to be cheaper and without much functionality. And so they weren't really getting much of a foothold in the marketplace either. And it was entirely Yamauchi's vision, and that's according to Masaki Uemura, the designer, the lead designer of the family computer. It was entirely Yamauchi who said, we want a video game system that undercuts all, that is purely a video game system, none of the computer stuff, undercuts the competition on price, and still outperforms the competition in capability.
Yeah. And well, we talked about this last month or the month before about how the announcement by Nintendo of the price of their machine really caught everybody by surprise. They weren't expecting it to be coming in that low. And you're right. I mean, this whole idea of we're moving to home computers, that's got to be the way that this is going. I mean, the VIC-20 was launched in Japan. The Max was launched in Japan. Everybody's looking at this. Their good friend Ethan, he sent me some links to magazines from the next couple of months. There's one of them, I think, from 2 months out, where they have this like 6-page spread with all the major machines that are currently on the market, including the Famicom, the SCs, the Macs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, don't forget MSX.
And don't forget MSX is coming. I mean, it's been announced. It's not on the market yet.
Right. It's not on the market yet, but it's coming.
It's coming. So the whole idea that, why would you do a console? Why would you play on a console? Well, price is going to be a factor. Game quality is going to be a factor. And yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, the fact that these two machines are launching at the same time. Sega, like you said, originally was going to do a computer, but they're also going to launch at the same time the SC-1000, which is the spec-down version as a console. And the news articles that I was able to find in English don't even mention the console version. It's just the 3000 keeps getting talked about, and we're going to see that in our next story too. It's... And let's face it, Nintendo doesn't call it the family console. They call it the family computer with the promise of a keyboard and all this other stuff. But
with the potential of it, exactly, with the potential of it. And, the other thing you said, the price took everyone by surprise. This was the true invention of what is considered today the Razer and Razer Blade model as applied to video games. Because the way they were able to get the price that low, I mean, originally he wanted something that could sell for 10,000 yen. That was his mandate to Uemura, and they could not get it that cheap. They were finally able to get it to 15,000, and the way they were able to do that is they told distributors and retailers, they said, look, you're going to basically have to take virtually no profit on this hardware. But I promise you, this is so cheap and it's going to be so well supported by software that you're still going to make a lot of money anyway, but you're just going to have to trust us that you're not going to make as much money on that initial console sale. And they convinced him to go through with it. And this was really a first. Atari maintained high margins. Mattel maintained high margins. They were in a Razer Blade business in the sense that they did understand that software was where the majority of their profit was going to come from, but it wasn't that classic Gillette model of give the Razer away to sell the blades. It was sell the Razer for a lot of money and then sell a whole ton of blades to make a whole ton more money. It was really Nintendo in Japan to get that cost down to that unexpectedly cheap 15,000 yen that truly started applying the Razer Blade model to the video game industry.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Sega is following suit with that. If you've ever seen an SC-1000 game, there's compromises upon compromises with the graphics and everything else on that system.
Yeah.
Which are clearly the vestiges of it originally wanting to be a computer.
Yeah, it's inferior to the family computer. I mean, for those of us in the West that have have only played a Sega Master System, which is slightly superior to a family computer, even though that is an evolution of the SG-1000, there is a huge heaping difference between an SG-1000 and a Master System, because that graphics chip in the original SG-1000, the Texas Instruments graphic chip in there, was already kind of long in the tooth and was a weak graphics chip compared to the picture processing unit inside a Nintendo Entertainment System or a family computer.
Definitely. But, okay, speaking of Sega.
That's right. Sega's SC-3000 sales estimates jump.
Sega's newly released SC-3000 console and computer hybrid system was internally estimated to sell 200,000 units, with 20% of those planned for export. But apparently interest from Europe, especially the UK, has been hot, and Sega has revised their production numbers up dramatically and will now target a 300,000 unit production run, with 150,000 units for Japan and 150,000 for export.
Of course, kind of unspoken in that, as they're trying to accentuate the overall rosier picture that they see, is that they're starting to realize that maybe Nintendo has the right idea about what to do in the domestic market, because they're actually greatly reducing the number of units they plan to sell in Japan.
Yeah. They are greatly reducing them, hoping to go into Europe. I don't know if the SC-3000 actually gets an official launch in Europe. We'll have to see over the next few months, but I don't think so.
I know it makes it to, like the Australia, New Zealand part of the world.
Oh, okay.
The Commonwealth.
Kind of makes sense,
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either if it really makes it to Europe.
Well, we'll have to see. That's the beauty of this show. As soon as it shows up in a magazine, we'll talk about it.
Absolutely. We don't need to do research on the future. It hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. I live in the here and now. What's wrong with you people? The only environmental catastrophe I'm worried about at this point is the ozone layer. Okay, now.
And speaking of things after the fact, Atari 2600 adapter for the 5200 ships.
Oh yeah, back to the States. After a long delay, the adapter that will allow 2600 games to be played on Atari's latest console has finally started shipping to retail. At just $80, it will no doubt fly off the shelves, which are currently filled with 2600s that cost less than $50.
Yeah, we've talked about it before, but, even worse than the software situation is that the collapse of the hardware market just destroys the value proposition for everything. And this is another example of that.
Yeah.
And for all the people that like to, talk about, the marketing people at Atari getting in the way of all these brilliant engineers, this was an unforced error because, there have been interviews with people that were involved in this on the hardware, on the engineering software side, making this decision. And the engineering team for the 5200 did not want to make it backward compatible because they were like, this is our hoity-toity better system. We don't want to mingle it with our inferior system. This was an unforced engineering error that they didn't make it backwards compatible.
Yeah.
Marketing didn't do that, or some bean counter didn't say it's too expensive. Don't ship backward compatibility. The engineers made the decision.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so bad. And I mean, the worst part is the system could do stuff that nobody else could do, at least on the stateside machines at the time, because the version of pole position for the 5200 pretty much universally in all the magazines this month is being touted as the show of CES, the game of CES. It just wows everybody. And interestingly enough, there was a Roadrunner game that was also being shown for the 5200, which basically was like a reskinned version of Locomotion, which could have been really cool. I think there's a dump of the ROM someplace as well. It's one of the many 5200 games that were ready to go that never shipped. So yeah, the 5200, it's just such a weird, sad mess of a story.
Exactly. And there's more to that story as Atari drops price of 5200.
Atari's beleaguered next-gen console gets a price cut down from $199 with Pac-Man as a pack-in and the promise of new, improved self-centering joysticks, which never ship.
Yeah, that would have been the version of the console to launch, a few months ago.
A year ago?
Yeah,
Christmas 82.
10 months ago.
A 5200. Let's say you launch this thing in late October, early November. $199 with Pac-Man, a functional joystick. You can leave in the buttons, the extra buttons, but functional joystick. This thing could have cleaned up in 82. You know?
Yep.
But alas, it was not meant to be. Especially because why spend $199 on a 5200?
Yeah. Exactly. When you can have a Vectrex for $100.
The self-contained Vectrex console has seen its price drop to a mere $100.
Which probably doesn't even pay for the monitor.
Nope, and nope. So this is the, quote, unexpected drop in price that we mentioned earlier when we talked about Milton Bradley's financials. And yeah, this drop is just, there's no explanation for it. I mean, you can't sell this thing at $100 unless you are quite literally just dumping your inventory and not announcing that you're getting out yet.
I was going to say, the problem is you can't sell it for more than that either.
I'll buy that for $1.
You may get your chance. Just wait a few months. Everything's falling apart, but don't worry. The retailers will be fine. No one's going to leave them in a lurch. Certainly GameLine won't leave retailers in the lurch.
Oh yeah, the GameLine service, which we've talked about extensively here on the show over the last few months, has revealed some of the plans to work with brick-and-mortar retailers. The system, to recap, will allow players to download games to their 2600 via a modem connected to a phone line. The modem is to retail for $50 to $60, and game sessions, which will allow multiple goes at a game, will cost $1. After a registration process, players will be told that they can buy the game they just played at the retailer they bought the modem from, and will be shown the name and address of the store. The system will also allow for demos of upcoming games, building hype for them as well as giving makers of the games valuable feedback on how well the games are being received. Yeah.
That seems like an overly complicated, but it is interesting. We're seeing a lot of experimentation this month, both in the home and in coin-op, where it's like we have these big markets and we have these new technologies for reaching these markets, a lot of which are networked technologies. And how do we make these things, play together, play nice together?
And also, we cannot ignore, we've talked about it a couple of years ago, very close to the beginning of this show. We were talking about the rise of things like The Source and other online services. That is very much a still very expensive thing to do, but something that is on people's minds. War Games is going to premiere in movie theaters in a month or so at this point. So this idea of telecommunications via computer technology is in the zeitgeist. Everybody is talking about it, everybody's hearing about it, and how to use these primitive computers, which the consoles are, and turn it into some kind of communication device makes absolutely perfect sense.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're looking at the market for these cartridges, you're seeing how the stuff isn't selling, turning the games into a service. Just like in the arcade, you throw in your 25 cents, you get your couple of minutes of fun. If you like it, you keep buying more. You don't have to pay $30 and then find out you don't like the game. It just makes sense. And the idea that they're also saying, hey, retailers, put our modem on your shelves. It's not going to be the end of you. It's going to be the gateway to more games. And if we give the data to the manufacturers, all those shitty games you've been buying won't even get made because they're going to find out from us ahead of time that the games were shitty.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it might work, but it's just a few decades, I think, too soon.
It is, absolutely. Now, this next story, I have no transition because this one just genuinely fascinated me. Electra Concepts introduces a trigger button.
In what may be a home joystick first, the Trigger Command joystick will have a trigger button on the front of the ergonomically shaped stick and suction cups on the bottom to secure the device to a tabletop, a design that will be emulated and added to dramatically over the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, I've never studied, peripherals very closely. So, the idea of when did the kind of classic flight stick form factor start to take shape is not something I really had a lot of insight into. And so that's why I find this story fascinating because, obviously I haven't done the research to know if it really is the first, but, maybe it is.
So far, I mean, I've been following the joystick evolutions. We talked about it a few months ago, the introduction of the Competition Pro towards the beginning of this year in England. And that form factor doesn't really change after that. That's the two buttons in the front, arcade style stick with the knob on the top. That's it. You've had a few sticks now with the finger form in the front. We've had the Boss joystick, and a few others have done that now, but it was always the button on the top. So this is the first time I've seen this. Even the magazines are talking about it as something new, that the trigger is in the front. I know that I absolutely loved this type of stick when I was a kid. I basically refused to buy a stick. Once I had played one that had the trigger, I never went back. It was the only way to play. And the suction cups on the bottom, if you got those, they never held forever because sooner or later you're going to start ripping them off, especially if you're playing summer games or one of the, waggle the stick back and forth a million time games. But it's the most natural feeling thing if you're going to be playing with a stick to have that button in the front, especially on a stick that's really only got one functional button because all the buttons do the same exact thing.
Yeah. And, I didn't use these kind of joysticks in that context because being a little younger, I wasn't, and never having, like, say, a Commodore 64 or anything. I never was playing action games on, like, a computer with a joystick or on a video game console. But certainly in the 90s, I played tons and tons of space simulators and flight simulators, which, have, even though they have many more buttons that you also use, that basic idea of having the stick with the trigger and having the suction cups to anchor it, played with tons of sticks with all of those characteristics.
Exactly. Yeah, so this one really caught my eye. I mean, obviously there's ads for joysticks galore, and at this point in time, there are so many sticks coming out. We haven't covered them all, obviously, on the show, just the ones that made big innovations or did things that then got emulated. But this one, I thought this was important enough because it's basically the stick design for the home computer market all the way up through the domination of the Wintel machines.
Absolutely. And speaking of things getting advertised in the magazines and whatnot, second-hand mail-order game exchanges boom.
A cottage industry of second-hand game exchanges by mail has sprung up. Thanks in large part to the durability of the cartridge format and the ease with which people get bored of the games they have purchased, a lively trade in secondhand games has begun, with newer titles going for more than 50% off their retail price, down to games like Pac-Man for the 2600 going for less than $2 each.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising when there's such a glut in the market that that used games would start to take off, even if it's, you know, a cottage industry and not like Funkoland / GameStop many, many decades into the future, turning it into a retail juggernaut.
Yeah. And it is, you know, and let's face it, there's just so much of this product out there, and that's hitting the retail outlets as well. I mean, if you can go and pick up these used cartridges, and if it's happening through these stores, it's happening at garage sales, it's happening at basically any place you can set up a table and throw your carts on, there's going to be a serious impact on retail sales for new games.
Mm-hmm.
But
absolutely.
Oh well. Atari can handle that. That's not a problem.
No problem. They're Atari. They'll just market their way out of it. The guy that said that has already been fired.
Yeah, we'll get to their latest marketing coup a little bit later. Foreshadowing.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. In the meantime, though, Supercharger gets first licensee.
StarPath's 2600 enhancer, the Supercharger, has gotten its first third-party support from Sierra Online, who will be porting Frogger to the system. StarPath will also be bringing some of its games to the ColecoVision, such as Phaser Patrol, Escape from the Mine Master, and the RPG Dragon Stomper, albeit without the need for an enhancer. So, yeah. This is an interesting development. Just for everybody's, just in case you forgot, the Supercharger was a cartridge add-on for the 2600 that allowed you to load games from cassette. So basically, you were dumping into the memory that was inside the cartridge, and it allowed you to make much bigger games than a normal cartridge game could allow, because you could load multiple different things off the cassette theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
And it also made it cheaper to buy individual games because you were buying a cassette and not a cartridge.
Yep, they were one of a few companies that tried this out, though they're probably the most well-remembered one today.
Oh, definitely. Especially because of some of these people would go on to a little company called Epix. But we talked about that last month already.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. But I also like the fact that they're now porting those games on cartridges to the ColecoVision without the enhancer. So you're losing the advantage of the medium price drop. But, you know, I guess, hey, go multi-platform. Why not?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. And of course, right now, ColecoVision is the only platform that's still successful.
Yeah, although we did hear that the analysts are thinking, it's going to hit Coleco too. Even Coleco's going to be hit. But these
when you're hanging off the cliff, you'll grasp at any root you can.
Exactly. Even if that root is attached to a Cabbage Patch Kid.
Love it. Meanwhile, Frob makes console game design affordable.
Frobco has released the Frob 26 system, a $500 Apple II hardware and software package to allow people to make their own 4K Atari 2600 games in assembly language. They also offer a $200 add-on to the Frob 26, the Frob 52, that allows users to make 4K 5200 games, and the Frob 52 8K system, which is a standalone 5200 or 2600 dev system that allows for up to 8K 5200 games that will set you back $990. The elite would-be designers can also go for the Frob Coleco development system, which allows users to make 32K ColecoVision games for just $19.95, and that's $1,995.
Just what we need, more people getting into the game-making market.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's, there's so much money to be made. It's... But I guess it is interesting that these setups are coming out. They're fairly professional. Obviously, maybe the Coleco one is worthwhile. And I'm wondering really how much of the price is just those rewritable ROM memory chips that you need to, that you need to be able to test the games that you've made.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot be cheap.
No, not at all.
But, oh well. I was able to find links to at least the 26 version, but I don't know if the other ones actually got released. So
yeah, no idea myself. Frob 52, though, just makes me think of the new 52.
Maybe that's what they developed it on.
And now, some cancellations. Coleco Axe's Super Game Module number 3.
Coleco has quietly killed off the Super Game Module 3 for the ColecoVision. The much-touted add-on would have expanded the abilities of the console, making much more powerful games possible as well as enhanced super versions of existing games and use a new micro-wafer storage medium. It never quite worked, plus the resources being spent on the Atom computer probably would have made manufacturing difficult, if not impossible. 2 of the games, Book Rogers and Donkey Kong, did get releases for the Atom later on.
Yes, put all our eggs in the Atom basket. That'll go great.
Yeah, it's a great design. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, yeah, we're not at the computer section yet. Okay.
No, we're not.
But yeah, so you will not be turning your ColecoVision into a Atom computer. There will be a Game Module 3 release later, but it's something completely different. So they will reuse that name, but what they've been advertising as Super Game Module 3 is dead at this point.
Yes. Also dead, Mattel Axe's Intellivision 3.
Oh, yeah. No trilogies here. The previously demoed Intellivision 3 has been scrapped. The system would not have been competitive with current offerings on the market, and the Entertainment Computer System add-on for the Intellivision 2 will, of course, give us those extra new features anyway.
Yes, well, I mean, it wasn't really demoed. They had some mock-ups. There was never a working Intellivision 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were working on a 3, they were working on a 4, one a stopgap, one a longer term. Television 4 hasn't been canceled yet. Keep watching these pages.
Well, there will be an Intellivision 3. It's just going to not be what they originally advertised.
Well, I mean, that's completely different because that was INTV, the company that bought everything. And so when they released a new version of the Intellivision way down the line, they co-opted that 3. But yeah, it had nothing to do with what Mattel Electronics was doing.
Exactly. And the hits keep on hitting.
That's right. Milton Bradley goes blam blam on VCS.
Milton Bradley, makers of board games and the Vectrex, has introduced 2 VCS gun peripherals, the Flight Commander and Cosmic Commander, for the 2600 at CES. The 2 hunks of plastic are really just spiffy joysticks, and each comes with a game, Spitfire Attack with Flight Commander and Survival Run for Cosmic Commander. Yeah, we've reached the Power Glove phase of the 2600 right here.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Milton Bradley wasn't trying to, and this is just speculation, but wasn't just trying to salvage some of what they'd been planning to do on like the TI-99 computer, because it doesn't make sense for them to release joystick peripherals, gun peripherals for the VCS, but if it was stuff that they had been planning to market on the TI-99, and then they were like, oh crap, and maybe but that's complete speculation on my part.
Yeah.
It just seems odd for a console for them to go that route.
Yeah, it is weird. Maybe they just wanted some more SKUs that they could put in through as a toy. I don't know. I've looked at these things. They look terrible. The games are, of course, little more than garbage.
Yes.
It just doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. But, hey, peripherals are cool. Maybe get some stuff in for Christmas. Grandma will be like, yeah, I'll buy little Jimmy the Big Gun thing. Grandpa fought in the war and was a pilot, so maybe little Jimmy can be one too.
The only thing they'll have in common is they'll both get PTSD out of it.
There you go. Well, I mean, Reagan was already talking about, maybe we'll get, the next fighter pilots out of the arcade, so hey, maybe they're latching on to that.
Robert Preston was talking about the same thing.
There you go. There's a reference for you, kids. Okay.
All right, now it's time for some 20th Century Fox action. Starting with 20th Century Fox wants you to make them a better game.
20th Century Fox is running a contest seeking new game designs for a better MASH game. A $25,000 prize awaits the winning entry. Just buy a copy of the current MASH game. Fill out the entry card included in the packaging and send it in. No programming knowledge required.
Our games are so bad we think a 12-year-old can do better.
Well, the part that I loved here was you have to buy the game in order to fill out the card in order to apply. I don't know. It just kind of feels like a gimmick to move a game that may not be moving as well as
No. Fox sees bright future for their games, Carl.
Oh yes,
bright future.
Fox has announced that they will be porting their MASH game from the VCS to the Intellivision, ColecoVision, VIC-20, and Atari 8-bits, while also expecting their new Porky's game to be their biggest hit of the year. Al Pepper, vice president of marketing, expressed enthusiasm for the company's prospects, pointing to the 30% increase in cartridge sales overall in 1983.
That's right. Everything looks great. Our games are great. We're porting our games. It's all wonderful. And oh, by the way, Fox halves price of MASH on VCS.
Oh, yeah. And this is one of those things where, you get these weekly or bi-weekly publications and suddenly from one issue to the other, things are happening. Citing a glut in the VCS market, Fox has cut the price of their MASH game from $30 to $15, but promises that the soon-to-be-released ports will be sold at premium prices.
The game's so bad we think a 12-year-old can make us a better version, can now be had for half off, but don't worry. You can still buy it for full price on a ColecoVision because you'll definitely want to.
Yeah, we're going to take the same design that we're already looking for a replacement for and put it on a more powerful piece of hardware and charge you twice as much for it because, yeah. Yeah,
we're going to be seeing Fox in the Fox video games in the obituary pages soon, aren't we, Carl?
Oh yeah, and if you want to know more about this little fiasco, check out my interview with Jerry Jewell, co-founder of Sirius Software, because he was in the boat with them making games, and the way that they built their business model. Yeah, a lot of externalizing the costs and it's not going to turn out well.
No. But meanwhile, turning our attention back to the Great White Hope, ColecoVision games coming to Spectra Video.
The Spectra Video computer is getting the SV603, an adapter that allows users to play ColecoVision games on the Spectra Video.
Which is just a logical move to make because they use the same processor and same video chip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's basically the Texas Instruments chip and a Z80 processor. So,
yep.
Go for it. Yeah, and there's going to be a couple of other systems that, I mean, the SG-1000 and the SC-3000. So yeah, it just makes sense. Add this thing to your video thing and then play the games. Now, exactly how that's going to work with the controllers and so forth, I'm not quite sure, but you know, they'll work it out somehow.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah. As long as the ColecoVision market still exists and the Spectra Video still exists. But
well, you know, I'm sure they will. Certainly, this isn't a period of time where, as action figures rise, consoles fall.
Oh no, the retail landscape for video games in the U.S. continues its downward spiral. Reports are coming in that all but the biggest toy retailers are desperately waiting for the latest Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, My Little Pony, and Return of the Jedi figures. But Atari 2600s and Intellivisions are being discounted further and further. Some retailers are selling the 2600 for under $80, with both Pac-Man and Combat thrown in for free, while others are going lower but requiring the purchase of 2 regular carts to activate the manufacturer's $50 mail-in rebate, a deal that Mattel has matched for Intellivision. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're right at the start of the golden age of cartoon-backed action figure lines.
Yep. Those cartoons are going to be hitting towards the end of the year. And then there's really no reason. Now, video games are going to get their cartoons too. But
yes.
You know, shelf life of a video game ain't the same as the shelf life of a He-Man.
That's right. They didn't have J. Michael Straczynski writing for them.
That is definitely true. And Bruce Timm actually did some of the mini comics. So, you know, there's some talent there.
There is.
There are also mentions, and this is an article coming from Playthings. That's one of the magazines for toy retailers, which is weird to think about nowadays in the U.S. market because there are virtually no independent toy retailers anymore. It's Walmart. Oh, and there's Target. Those are the 2 places to buy toys. But back in this point in time, there's so many of them that these magazines can actually exist. Multiple magazines can exist. And there's even mentions of the VIC-20 already retailing at $90 at this point. So, yeah, the price wars are on. The price wars are on. Okay.
Well, wrapping up our console coverage, Activision opens UK subsidiary.
The original third party has opened up a subsidiary in the UK, Activision Limited. The company will oversee publishing of its games in the UK, while Computer Games, the company that previously distributed their wares, will still handle day-to-day operations.
Another friend of the show doing that stuff, Gregory Fishback.
Oh, yeah. He's the one. I mean, one of these flights back and forth is where he's going to basically make the acquaintance necessary to get the deal for Ghostbusters.
Yep.
A game much maligned by the console people, but an absolute stone cold classic for us C64 owners. Yeah, it's a different playing experience on the computer. It's just, yeah. In case you haven't played it on a C64, go and try to play it on a C64.
Yeah. But yeah, this is something that set Activision apart in this period is, they're the first of these American software companies, I suppose the hardware companies that really get into the UK/European market. And of course, even as they go, they'll have a presence there for many years and create a lot of games there and help in the rise of even some local British companies like Probe Software, who does a lot of ports for them, or even Revolution Software, because founder was
working for Activision before he founded Revolution.
Exactly. And they will also basically be the ones still churning out games long after the U.S. Company starts to fall into the malaise of Mediagenic. And we did cover back when we were still doing, or in our 30-year jumps, we did cover the final closing of this just a year or so ago. And I mean, they're going to do some great arcade ports. They're going to get the licenses to do Sega home micro ports. One of my favorite single player racing game on the C64, Power Drift, is an Activision port and so forth. So yeah, they're going to be an important player, independent really of the U.S. operations for quite a while.
Absolutely. And of course, part of moving into the UK as well means that Activision is going to be focusing more and more on the home computer market. And it's probably time we changed our focus to that as well, Carl, as Atari drops the 1200 XL.
Oh yes, we talked last month about reports of software incompatibility with the new cost-reduced entries into Atari's 8-bit line, which mainly revolved around a slight variance in the size of the cartridge slot. Well, this month, the problems keep mounting, so much so that virtually none of Sierra's releases will run on the system, and Atari has decided to drop the machine completely from its lineup, a fact early adopters no doubt are thrilled about.
Oh, it was such a disaster. I think it really was part of the new relatively new home computer divisions. John Cavalier, we talked about this previously, part of his ambitious goal to create a more unified line. But yeah, the backwards compatibility issues are just a mess.
Yeah, and let's face it, this is something that's going to plague the home computer, not the personal computer, but the home computer market until it dies in the early 90s, that you can never really upgrade the hardware. You have to just have a clean cut, start with a completely new platform, and they're trying to make this 1970s computer somehow keep going for a bit. And it's hard. It's really, really hard.
Absolutely. But don't worry, kids, because just because your 1200 XL isn't going to be supported anymore, we got a whole bunch more coming for you as Atari introduces XL Line.
The new Atari XL line will replace the outgoing 400, 800, and 1200 XL. 8-bit computers. The new 600 XL with 16K at $199. The 800 XL with 64K, no price set yet. And the 1400 XL with 64K and a built-in modem and voice synthesizer, and the 1450 XLD with built-in disk drive.
Yeah, and like I said, John Cavalier was really trying to, in this period, to create a fully compatible ecosystem amongst everything that Atari was doing, and I think this is the real fruit of that, and it's something that makes a little bit of sense on the surface. It's coming at a time when Atari can really ill afford to spread itself so thin, though. And of course, it comes at a time when they're about to get a new CEO that starts asking pointed questions about what the heck is up with all of these home computers. So, spoiler alert, we're not going to see all of these come to market.
No, we're not going to see them, and just to show how really out of touch they are, or how engineering decisions that were probably made 6-7 months before are no longer really relevant, they also announced that there's a new memory upgrade for the Atari 400 that brings it up to a whole 48K, and it will only set you back $130.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, and this is at the same time where the Commodore 64's price is plummeting.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, it's buy a memory upgrade to 48K for your ancient old 400 with no real keyboard, or for double the price, buy a C64.
Yeah, and I mean, I realize it's not 48K, but buy a VIC-20 for less than that and still have a better time than Atari 400 at this point.
It's yeah, I mean, they really just don't seem to have a clue, but, it's Atari. Maybe they'll market their way out.
That's right, and to help them with that, we got a new friend, as Atari gets Hawkeye to hawk, I see what you did there, their wares.
Sometimes I get one. Seeing how Captain Kirk, Plimpton, and Cosby were all taken, and he didn't have a day job after MASH went off the air, Alan Elda has signed up with Atari to be their new spokesman.
I can see that. He has a very folksy, down-to-earth kind of style, and what these home computers were really trying to do is make people comfortable with the technology, and having somebody very kind of folksy and ingratiating like that is a good way to do it. I mean, that seems like a logical spokesperson for this.
Well, have you seen the TV commercials that he did?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're all about, and I'll put links to these in the show notes. There's one where it's just him showing how easy it is to take the computer out of the box. So you plug it into the TV, plug it into the power, and it's on. And, he's trying to sell you on the idea of all the different software peripherals that you don't have to buy, but you could if you wanted to. It's expandable based on your needs. I mean, it's really trying to sell this idea of user-friendliness, plus you don't need to have all the bells and whistles at once, which may or may not be a response to the next story that we're about to talk about. It is very interesting that they got him to do this. I did want this story somehow next to the MASH game story, but it just could not line up. Oh, well.
No worries. But yes, as you said, the computer market is getting ever more complicated in this time period, and Atari cannot ignore that. So even as it is touting this whole new line of computers, Atari also reacts to Atom introduction with new 600 XL bundle.
And this is all happening at CES. So we should point this out. This is one of these stories where things are developing probably in real time at CES. Absolutely. So in order to undercut Coleco's entry into home computers, Atari has announced a new bundle for their 600 XL computer. The bundle combines the 600 XL, a printer, and a disk drive for $550. Coleco will report, though, that all 500,000 units they expect to ship in the U.S. have already been ordered by retailers, with the hope that an all-in-one bundle revolution will soon sweep the industry.
Yeah, I mean, since it was such a spectacular failure, it can be easy to forget now, but this had everybody quaking in their boots, because if this had worked, this would have completely redefined the home computer market and would have probably swept aside most of the competition, and particularly Atari. Commodore, with its kind of game focus, may have still been able to hang on, even though Coleco obviously also has a game focus. But, I mean, they're hitting Atari right where Atari lives with this one, because Atari has been kind of one of the peripheral kings, all of these different ways of setting up an Atari computer. And here we're saying, forget all of that hassle, forget all of that cost. Here's everything at once, all designed to work together right out of the box, and you'll never need anything else for your home computer needs.
Yeah, and I mean, if you really want to know more about the discussion we had about the Atom last month, the all-in-one machine with a printer and everything else, obviously with a terrible design because the power supply is built into the printer, so you can't plug it in without the giant-ass printer, and it was not a small printer.
Gotta cut those costs somewhere.
Exactly.
To get under $600.
But the problem is the 600 XL only has 16K of RAM.
Yeah.
It's basically, I mean, you can write a letter or half a letter, so it'll come with a printer, but you'll never be able to print anything out. It's nonsense.
Right. Absolutely. But they're running scared. Everyone's running scared from Atom, but there are some first hints of trouble in Atomland as Atom ditches wafers for, quote, data packs, unquote.
Yes, the much-touted wafer storage for the Coleco Atom has been dropped in favor of data packs. Again, news happening at CES. They did not announce this before CES, which are just slightly modified cassette tapes. So we'll talk about the Sinclair's micro drives are coming up as well, but this was this whole thing at the time where, the next layer, disk drives are still too expensive. Cassettes, we don't want to use cassettes. They look cheap. They're slow. So everybody's trying to do something new, and their new data packs are basically just slightly resized cassettes. Not only that, but the Computer Entertainer magazine warns that it may be months before software beyond what is bundled with the machine becomes available, as Coleco doesn't quite seem to have that sorted out yet.
Yeah. There were many Achilles heels to the Atom that we will no doubt continue to talk about as we watch this train wreck unfold in real time on the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. But this was the first chink in the armor, and this should have set off alarm bells everywhere. Because poor storage, just like, as you said, with like the Sinclair QL and whatnot in Britain, poor storage is going to be a real problem for this attempt to do an all-in-one cheap home computer.
Yeah, I mean, if they used just straight-up cassettes, it would have been felt antiquated by U.S. standards. Obviously, in Europe, cassette's going to stay around for quite a while. But at least it would have meant everybody could just go down to the store, pick up a blank tape, and continue storing. Once you have your own custom format, it just ask any Amstrad user still trying to get 3-inch discs today. It just becomes a freaking nightmare. And this is just bad from beginning to end. But the fact that they have no software ready, granted, I mean, other companies have done this. The Commodore 64 launched with virtually no software available for it for the first 6 months. But it didn't really matter because they had another product in the pipeline. It was a high-end product at $600, relatively speaking. It didn't have to have that yet. And in the years since the C64 launched, it has become very clear the number of people making their own software is dying. I mean, we've moved away now from the hardcore hobbyist market to everybody's going to buy this and expects to plug it in, like we just said with the Alan Alda ad, plug it in and start doing stuff without having to learn how to program or anything else. And so, this thing is just, it's a mess. It's a toy company trying to make a computer.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, part of the problem is a toy company trying to make a computer, but it's also, like you said a moment ago, they got caught in this weird place. Disk drives were not cheap enough yet. Cassette drives were no longer capable enough to be considered part of the home computer of the future, and it's just a bad time.
Yeah. Oh, well. But at least they're not alone in making these bad choices.
No, we have all sorts of people entering the market. This is the height of home computer fever. And we also have Tomy enters computer market with free home trial.
Toy maker Tomy is entering the home market with the Tomy Tutor, a 16-bit processor, 16K of RAM, and 16-color computer designed for the younger set. Uniquely, users will be able to have a free 5-day home trial of the $150 machine before buying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, 16K of RAM, what the hell are they thinking?
Exactly. Well, I mean, they're just caught out. I mean, they're one of several companies caught out by the price war. There was a moment in time where it looked like there was a place for a $100 to $150 computer that was very rudimentary, very introductory, and could find a spot. But then Commodore and TI sent prices crashing down so fast that there was no space for that limited kind of computer, because there's no point in spending $150 on a 16K Tomy Tudor, even with a 16-bit processor, when you can get Commodore 64s and all of these other things
exactly
at nearly the same price.
And if you're not going to be making your own software, now it's all about who's got the most software, who's getting the software support. We're just dealing with hardware for this section, but that's increasingly the question. Like we said with the Atom, the question is, where's the software? They don't even ask the question, well, which programming languages are available for it? No. Which software is available for it? That is a tidal wave shift from what the magazines would have been asking just a year and a half before this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But in that same also ran category, in a great case of way too little too late, Acorn to launch BBC in US.
Acorn, the British maker of computers, has announced that they are ready to roll out the BBC Micro in the United States. They will be including several UK expansions like disk drive controllers and networking hardware as standards on the US version. According to Acorn, most of the US public broadcasting system stations have purchased the BBC's computer education TV show for rebroadcast, and they think that their $995 machine will find a place in US schools.
$9.95. Now we're in the realm of why, if you're a school, are you going to buy a BBC Micro when you can buy an Apple II, where Apple is giving very generous education grants and discounts. It's not so easy when you don't have the government mandating your adoption into the schools.
Exactly. It's like, I could make a Tesla comment here. I won't. Once the government subsidies that they had in England are no longer present, the economic model of the BBC Micro makes no sense. And they're going up, like you said, against the Apple II. Apple II is now, at this point, 6 years old? 7 years old almost? We have a ton of software that's been made for it or ported to it that's specifically educational. I mean, the Oregon Trails of this world. There's no way the BBC Micro can even begin to compete on that scale. And it doesn't really matter. They think that they're going to ride the wave, but US PBS is not anything like the BBC. Okay.
No, absolutely not. And, but this is a period of very poor choices for our good friends at Acorn. The next of those being Electron won't be BBC Micro compatible.
Acorn's much-delayed home computer, the Acorn Electron, still hasn't hit store shelves, but a bit of a bombshell has hit the press, namely that the Acorn's nickname, the poor man's BBC, won't be as accurate as thought, but aptly pejorative. BBC software taking advantage of most standard peripherals won't run on the Acorn. The memory configuration of the machine is also different, most likely affecting programs not written in BASIC as well. So this thing, I mean, it's the scene from Micromen where he's in the warehouse full of
thinking of that.
Electrons. And it's not just that they missed Christmas, which is what is highlighted in the movie. It won't be BBC compatible if the software is not written in BASIC and is using any of the BASIC peripherals. And by having a different memory allocation, anybody who programmed back in the day, or if you ever used a peek or a poke to cheat in a game back in the day on a computer, this means all of that won't work. So, it's going to be a nightmare.
But, at least there's a happy ending with the Acorn RISC machine. So we can't cry too hard for the good folks at Acorn.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Electron is going to hurt hard. The BBC contract's going to keep them alive for a while. It's going to finance, at least in part, the Archimedes, and the Archimedes is going to become the foundation for the ARM. So it's all good, I guess. But yeah, this one's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for a good long while, unfortunately.
Speaking of British microcomputer companies really hurting themselves, Sinclair's microdrive arrives.
Move over, floppy disks. There's a new king of storage. Sinclair's microdrive, a continuous loop take device, is cheaper than floppy disks, faster than regular cassettes, and will once again show that Sinclair can deliver more for less. Unless, of course, you need all the system RAM of your Speccy for a game because the device eats up 600 bytes of memory, or you don't want to plug the Interface 1 unit, a wedge-shaped add-on that fits under the Speccy, lifting the keyboard by 20 degrees and must be screwed in for the microdrive to work, or you have a problem with the microdrive constantly breaking or tearing.
I mean, hey, though, at least it doesn't have the chance of exploding, which with a Sinclair product is sometimes something you had to worry about.
Yeah. The microdrive is essentially a miniature, extremely unstable and poorly constructed attempt at an 8-track tape. Mm-hmm. And it's an attempt, again, like we said with the wafers, it's an attempt to bypass the expense of a disk drive. And let's face it, there was no getting around having to upgrade to a disk drive. And while you can really, really cost reduce the components of a computer as such because they're solid state, you can't do it with moving parts in a disk drive. At a certain point, the disk drive's going to cost what a disk drive's going to cost. And, Sinclair is going to try not to. Microdrive is going to be a failure. Yeah. It's less of a problem for the Speccy because it's got cassettes. We will see in short order, well, not too short of an order, another year or two, that it's going to sync the QL, but that's another issue entirely.
Absolutely. But what's it matter what all of these other computer companies are doing anyway, Carl? Because their days are all numbered. We all know it because the Titan is finally here. The champion is entering the ring. Computer maker stocks tumble on peanut rumors.
A rumor hit the markets on July 27th that IBM would introduce their low-priced home computer variant of the IBM PC, codenamed Peanut, on September 1st. The unconfirmed rumor sent the stocks of rivals Commodore, Texas Instruments, and Company down, fearing that IBM would dominate this market just like they had the personal computer market with a $600 to $800 machine.
Welcome, IBM. No, seriously. This time we really do welcome you, IBM, because you're about to show us how not to do a home computer product.
Yeah, so the Peanut obviously, well, not obviously, but we've talked about it on the show before, is the IBM PC Junior. A device that won't ship until March of 84, so missing Christmas, and is going to have a price of $1,300. So, yeah, not really a competitor to the home computer market.
With an insanely horrible keyboard and incomplete compatibility with real IBM PCs. Just as a couple of little cherries on top of that turd sundae.
It's the Electron of the IBM lineup. Yes, so indeed. It will have a very important legacy. Namely, it's the platform that King's Quest is made for.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
it is going to create the point-and-click adventure game progenitor as we know it. But, yeah.
But it does also show the real challenge that's being faced in the computer market right now. Because there's been success in introducing computers into the home, and there's been success in introducing multi-purpose useful computers into businesses. And so now these two markets are trying to meet in the middle and release something that is multi-purposely useful in the home, figuring that that's the next logical step for the home market. And that's why we're seeing missteps like the Atom and the Peanut, because the technology isn't really there for that yet. The market is trying to move there before it's ready.
Especially at the price that the home can really cope with.
Exactly.
I mean, in an age when the normal person cannot even begin to contemplate the cost of an online service for any reasonable amount of time, and the very severe limitations of an 8-bit processor, the severe limitations of memory, the severe limitations of storage space, and resolutions that are limited by television sets. I mean, all of these things are holding these machines back. They will slowly be resolved. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. It's just, there's no good solution for being able to bring your office work home on the same machine that your kids are going to play games on.
Exactly. Need a few more iterations of Moore's Law before we can get there.
Yeah.
But it's not just the home computer market that is drowning in chaos, because we also have the Osborne 1 price crashes.
The Osborne 1, once the forerunner in the portable computer market, has seen its price slashed from $2,000 to just $1,300 as the Osborne Corporation sees its cash flow dropping in light of serious competition. Yeah. We've talked about the Osborne effect, which is one of the reasons attributed for the fall of the Osborne Corporation, namely that they announced the next product before the first product was out or just after the first product was out. But I think just looking at the timeline here, I think a major component simply is, why would I buy a CP/M-based Osborne machine when Compaq is offering me actual MS-DOS compatibility in the same price category?
Yeah, once the Compaq Portable was out, it was all over for Osborne.
Yeah. I mean, any serious business machine, we talked about this last month with, Microsoft putting out the ad in Europe saying that, the operating system wars are over. There is only one king, and it's MS-DOS. We're seeing that here. All of these other machines, and we've got a few more stories about that. Yeah. If you're not PC compatible, don't even bother. There's just no place for you in this world anymore.
And yet, Carl, mini and mainframe makers jump into micro fray, and the way they do it may shock you.
Oh, nice. I like that. Sensing the tidal shift in the market, traditional mini and mainframe computer makers were busy showing off high-powered microcomputers at the National Computer Conference. NCR and Honeywell both introduced 16-bit machines, but only the latters would support MS-DOS, albeit through an 8086 processor, not the system's main proprietary 16-bit chip. Yeah.
There they go, recognizing the market shift, but not recognizing that they need to get on the IBM bandwagon if they want to have any success.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I can see it from their standpoint. These are companies that for decades have been making their own chip designs, have this entire infrastructure to suddenly say, okay, we're just going to make a copycat. If you've seen the TV show Halt and Catch Fire.
Halt and Catch Fire.
There's that great moment where the visionary guy. I can never remember the characters' names, but there's only mainly three characters.
Lee Pace's character. I don't remember the character's name either, but Lee Pace.
Yeah, where he's like, well, we've made this computer, which is an IBM clone. Where's our Lotus 123? Where's our killer app? And his engineer buddy is like, we created an IBM clone. Lotus 123 is our Lotus 123.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can imagine that in many ways, this is just hubris on these guys' part, thinking that, okay, they got to appease and have the MS-DOS in there, but, they're still going to try their own thing. There's no point. Why would you ever boot up into anything else?
Exactly. But as you said, I mean, they're caught in the trap of, like you said, they already have people in their company that make chips. They already have people in their company that make software. They're caught in a trap of having to pivot into a new market while trying not to completely reinvent who they are and have to completely restructure and lay off a bunch of staff. And so they take this halfway measure, and that's not going to work.
No. There's no point to it. It's like, ask the average Commodore 128 user how many times they booted up into 128 mode. Never.
And meanwhile, the IBM PC's dominance just keeps growing in so many ways. In this case, has networking to come to IBM PC.
3Com, VisiCorp, and Xerox have announced a joint initiative to create a software to allow Ethernet-based networking on PCs that would allow the sending of electronic mail via VisiCorp's Vision GUI and access to Xerox's laser printers. Xerox has also announced that they will help develop Vision to their microcomputers.
Standard reminder here that Xerox basically just gave Ethernet away to its inventor, Bob Metcalfe, so that he could found 3Com.
Yeah. One of the many great business decisions of Xerox. And of course, Vision is VisiCorp's, the makers of VisiCalc. It's their attempt at a graphic user interface. And, they're hoping that they're going to be able to make the IBM PC essentially what the Mac would become and what Windows would become. And unfortunately, of course, Vision is going to be less than successful.
Yeah, I mean, it was a smart play by VisiCorp. But VisiCorp is in the process of disintegrating through all sorts of fun internal squabbles and infighting. Rich Melman, one of the employees at the time, who later went on to be one of the first employees of Electronic Arts, has likened the fall of VisiCorp to a Greek tragedy in the way it just came apart at the seams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Now, several other icon-based systems, usually single-purpose, were also shown off. And this is at the National Computer Conference. As well as more proprietary solutions for the sharing of expensive resources like hard drives among IBM PCs. So this idea of networking, this idea of icon-driven interfaces is clearly in the air. Everybody knows it's coming. The question is, what shape does it take? How do we make this work? We talked last month how Commodore had previewed what was supposed to become a suite of application software for the C64 using an Office graphic interface. Yeah, I mean, it's weird reading through the articles this month, and the Byte article that goes into all of these different things that are going on is quite interesting, just because everybody knows, okay, we need to go to the PC. We need things like hard drives and networking and stuff. That's the future of how you make the Office usable. It's the replacement for the mainframe. But exactly, what the standards will look like and so forth, IBM hasn't determined them. And in many ways, you could see this as the beginning of IBM may have, or I keep thinking of this joke from these SNL 25th anniversary special, when they had all the former hosts of the Weekend Update on there at the same time. And it was Chevy Chase, who I believe was the first host of the Weekend Update. And they're all standing up there, and Chevy Chase is like, I started it. And Dennis Miller says, hey, you may have knocked her up, but I raised the kid. Because he was the host for so long. And you kind of get that feel here. IBM there's all these people starting to make stuff for their system, setting standards for their system. It's basically a preview of what's to come.
Absolutely.
But yes.
Meanwhile, though, back in the home computer market, we have Milton Bradley brings speech recognition to TI.
Oh yes, the MBX, Milton Bradley's combo of a headphone, external overlay keypad with speaker and sound synthesis and recognition hardware, and a 4-button joystick with an additional swivel knob mechanism is going to allow specially adapted games to provide both sound and the ability to give sound input during play. Granted, almost none of the games will require the additional hardware to play the games, and by the time it's released at the end of 1983, the TI market will be all but dead. But good one on them.
Yeah, not a great time to be Milton Bradley.
No.
Really great time to be Hasbro, who's just circling like a buzzard.
Yeah. I mean, they got all that sweet G.I. Joe money to spend. Yeah, so this thing, I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was originally intended for the 2600. I have no idea. But releasing this, especially for the TI, makes so little sense.
Well, they were caught flat-footed. They had a partnership with TI that went all the way back to when at one point Milton Bradley was going to release its own console. We're talking late 70s here. We're talking several years before this. They were looking to release their own console, and they were working with Texas Instruments at that time. They decided not to, but they kind of latched on to TI very early in this entire process of these markets developing, and so they kind of stuck with them. And I think this was, a case because TI was very successful in 1982. So this was just a case of reality happening, life coming at you fast. Pretty much.
Last year we made this deal, and this year it looks like the deal has gotten... Well, what's the line from Empire Strikes Back? Pray I don't... I
have
don't
altered
change
the deal. Pray I do not
Yeah,
alter
that's
further.
it.
Yes. They've just been in bed with TI for a long time at this point, and they just have the worst instincts because they invested in the TI-99 and the Vectrex. Good job, Milton Bradley.
Yeah. It's so sad. Yeah. Oh, well.
Meanwhile, however, that PC keeps marching on as Apple II software coming to the PC.
Microsoft's Z80 card allowed Apple owners to run CP/M software, and now Quadrum Corporation is giving IBM PC owners the ability to run Apple II software with the QuadLink card, an Apple on a card solution that promises to let you run your Apple II software on a PC. Yeah.
In beautiful four-color CGA graphics.
Yeah, not quite sure how that was supposed to be solved. Maybe just as a monochrome, maybe?
Yeah.
But, it kind of makes sense because there would be so many people wanting to make that transition at a certain point from the Apple II to the PC. Apple doesn't really have a graduating product. The Apple III has been a failure. So if you're looking to get out of the Apple II environment, IBM PC is the way to go.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, it's a good transition, just the same way that the Z80 card allowed all those CP/M users to jump over to the Apple.
Absolutely. And to wrap up our hardware updates on the computer front, the many faces of the mouse compete for dominance at NCC.
Yes, the National Computer Conference also saw Microsoft, Summa Graphics, and Mouse Systems each present very different approaches to mouse controllers for the IBM PC market. Microsoft showed off their 2-button mechanical mouse for use with its growing multi-tool suite of applications and will ship with multi-tool notepad, while Summa Graphics' Summa Mouse is an optical 3-button mouse for use with Vision. Mouse Systems, on the other hand, has introduced a mouse that will be system agnostic, delivering a string of data to the user, which can then be adjusted to be interpreted any way they wish. And yeah, this is, it's a weird little set of crossroads. I mean, the fact that an optical mouse was already available as a commercial product in 83 kind of caught me off guard. I was like, what do they mean by optical? It must be something else. No, it's basically what you're thinking. But crazy. Obviously they hitched their wagon to the wrong GUI.
Yeah. But everyone can tell that this is coming. Everyone can tell that the next step to true mass market adoption is to making these darn things easy to use. And so we're seeing the GUIs, we're seeing the mice, we're seeing the networking solutions, we're seeing everything start to be experimented with, and really this is as big a part as you kind of hinted at before of the IBM PC's success, because there's all of these ways that we need to modify people's idea of a computer, and wouldn't you know, IBM almost completely by accident happened to give us the most modifiable computer, which meant that you didn't have to get it right the first time. You know, Apple with systems like the Lisa and the Macintosh made mistakes along the way that were not easily corrected. But on the IBM PC, if you went down a dead end, if you chose the wrong competing GUI, the wrong competing mouse type, it didn't matter, because you just pivot and try another one on the exact same system you already own. You don't have to go for a whole new computer to correct your mistake.
Very, very, very true. And it's that flexibility ultimately that's going to make it the dominant machine to this very day. And also, just to note, this is the first introduction of Notepad. I mean, that basic program that, I write a ton of my notes in every day. I still use it, and it's part of multi-tool right here, and it's not really going to change in functionality much from that point forward.
Pretty much. But. So now that we've run through the hardware, we're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to move on to computer software, and what better place to start than everyone's favorite home computer product as TI signs up third parties.
After Texas Instruments' stern warnings in previous months that only they could publish software for the TI-99, a claim that doesn't really seem to hold much water but is necessary for them to hope to turn a profit on the highly discounted machine, TI has been aggressively courting software publishers to line up their games for publishing on the 99. iMagic, Milton Bradley, and 20th Century Fox have already signed up, and negotiations are apparently ongoing with Epix, Roxlan, and more. In their disastrous earnings report, they emphasize new promotions of cartridge software from the likes of Broderbund and Sega.
Talk about the blind leading the blind, though, because the trend you can see here is, for the most part, it is the desperate companies that are signing on to the TI-99 because there's less competition, and they're hoping that that can somehow throw them a lifeline. iMagic, which has fallen apart because of the console crash. Milton Bradley, who has fallen apart because of the Vectrex. 20th Century Fox, which has fallen apart because they think MASH and Porky's are a good idea. These are the companies that are primarily pivoting to the TI-99 because they see it as TI sees this as their last desperate chance to have a market, and these companies see this as their last desperate chance to have a market for their software because it's too late for them to compete effectively on something like the Apple II or the C64.
Yeah, it really is. And I'd love to know what conditions TI is giving them, because TI wants to be the publisher. And we can't forget here that while the VIC-20, the C64, the Apple II all share basically the same processor, slight variations, but the same processor, the TI-99 is running its own ball game. So your code from those other systems is not easily portable. You are truly reprogramming this thing.
Exactly. Not only is it a different processor, but it's a 16-bit processor when all the others are 8-bit processors as well.
Yeah. And that video chip is also a very different beast from everything else that's out there. So, yeah, there's investment required to make this work. But hey, TI thinks if they can lock this down, they can do what Atari didn't, which is, just keep making money off the software, because they're going to be the only software game in town.
Yeah, good luck with that. But the blind are continuing to lead the blind here as Romox announces game port for TI.
TI's plans to modify the TI-99/4A to lock out unlicensed third-party software, as we talked about in previous episodes, may not get them as far as Romox has announced their GamePort expansion module, which will allow users to use said unlicensed software on a newer lockout chip-enabled TI-99.
Yeah.
Basically, they're just saying, if you own a TI-99 with the lockout chip, just buy our cartridge and everything will be just fine. And, there's really not a lot they can do to stop them.
Nope.
Yeah. In slightly related Romox news, we talked about this. Romox is also the company that has this whole rewritable cartridge thing where you take it to a kiosk at the store and you can download a new game onto the cartridge. Well, they've licensed that technology for the in-store rewritable cartridge in the UK to a company called Prism that plans to roll it out as soon as possible for the TI-99, VIC-20, and C64. No actual evidence of this actually coming to fruition in the UK was found by yours truly, but hey, if any of our listeners did ever see one of these, I'd love to hear about it.
Absolutely. Moving on, though, you really buried the lead here a little bit, because now we're moving on to Commodore declares software price war.
Had to set the stage a little bit. Just remind the listeners where we're at. So, right. And this is the story, to be honest with you, since I've started this podcast. This was the story I've been waiting for. This is the one. Okay. Commodore has announced that they aim to cut the cost of their software by half, as well as limit the price of business application software. Commodore estimates the annual software budget of a computer user to be $75 in the US, and they want to get most of that for themselves. They plan to, quote, cherry pick, end quote, the software they think will sell at least 100,000 units, pay a royalty of 5% per unit sold to the creators without paying any significant advances, as Commodore would carry the inventory cost but be able to leverage its size to bring down the manufacturing costs of those pricey cartridges, which at pocket money levels of $10 to $15 should see sales soar.
Our man Jack trying to give TI that death by 1,000 paper cuts. First driving hardware prices as low as possible, then hitting them in software, and even though we're not mentioning it here quite yet, in peripherals, and just trying to just completely blow up every possible avenue that some other company could turn a profit in.
Exactly. This is the famous address or announcement that Jack makes on the, what was it, the Commodore schooner or the Vic schooner? I can't remember what they were calling it, but it was a boat that they had rented for the Chicago CES. And I think Tomczyk talks about this in his book, some other stories about it, but they just internally at Commodore broke down, okay, what are the costs of the TI-99? There's no way that they're turning a profit on the hardware. And it's very clear that peripherals and software is where TI plans to make their money, and he will have none of that. So this announcement is, just a way to hammer that home. Now, the news of this actually doesn't get reported in any of the U.S. publications reporting on CES. None of them had this story, but the UK Weekly Personal Computer News did, which is a little bit telling because they were focused a little bit more on the business, or looking at the business model a little bit more. And in the UK is already in the middle of a software price war. Mm-hmm. They were ahead. This is the one place where the UK is ahead of the United States, where the price war is just going crazy because the retail landscape is completely different. It's not these mom and pop shops, one in each town, so that they actually have a bit of a monopoly. Everything is much closer. Everybody's competing a lot more with one another. And the WH Smiths of the world, these retailers that are everywhere, are carrying this cheap software. Yeah, so they're already in the middle of a price war. Yeah, and with many dropping game prices from 10 to £5 per unit recently, and no small part due to pressure from the mass retailers and the reliance on easily copied cassettes as storage mediums, again a problem the US hasn't really had in a few years, as stated by several UK publishers to Personal Computer News. And this is where these guys are like, this doesn't make any sense. The UK developers that they interview are like, why would I sell to Commodore? Why would Commodore want to become a publisher? And they're right. It's not going to work. Commodore will not become the big publisher.
Those royalties are horrible. Those are insulting royalty rates.
They're insulting, but you know what? It probably wasn't any better than what TI was offering.
Right.
So, it's like all it had to do was scare TI into getting out of the market. That's the only purpose of this announcement. It never actually has to work. And you hinted at it already. The peripherals also get announced. Commodore also announces dramatic cuts to its peripheral prices, like memory add-ons for the VIC-20 and the C64 disk drive. This is also in light of an increasing thought that printers are a necessary add-on for this current generation of computers to have any real value, and an increasing number of lower-cost ones are hitting the market.
Yeah, once again, this was entirely directed at TI, because TI has already been driven down to where they are losing money on every computer they sell and are in a death spiral there. And so their last desperate hope is to make money on peripherals. And this is Jack coming in, after shooting them in both legs, and they're crawling across the floor, coming up right behind them to slit their throat. It's just business is war for Mr. Tramiel.
Finish him.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's what this feels like. It's like, okay, I'm cutting off every last lifeline you could possibly find. And of course, the cheap printers. There are a couple of articles in different magazines this month, comparisons of printers. Printers are flooding the market. So many different printers. And if you've listened to my interview with the co-founder of Broderbund, you will hear that, yes, and also my interview with Ken Williams of Sierra, the idea of the massive number of printers that you had to create your software to work with was a huge headache for publishers at this time. But, it is what it is.
And Commodore was responsible for a lot of this as well, because when Commodore was creating their own printers in order to undercut on price, he went back to his old strategy from his calculator days
and took printer technology to Japan. All the printer companies had been American companies, and the printers were relatively expensive. He was the one, I can't remember if it was Canon or Epson that he went to. I can't remember off the top of his head, but he went to one of those companies and said, here's the technology, make a printer for me. And that opened the floodgates for the Japanese companies to come in to the printer business. And so that's what we're seeing here, and why prices are driving down so rapidly.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it makes sense because a printer, just like a disk drive, and I actually didn't include it, but there was a story this month about how Commodore had just cut a deal with a large Japanese or even South Korean, I can't remember if it was South Korean or Japanese, maker of disk drives. Mm-hmm. And it's a company that's still around to this day, and that was going to also help them drop the prices even further on the disk drive, even though the C64 disk drive will remain very expensive for until the very end. Yeah. But anything that's going to have a lot of components means that it's going to have a lot of time, actual manual labor invested in the manufacturing, and I'm sure that is playing a huge role here.
Absolutely. But it's not all sunshine and roses for Commodore, because they do have to say bye-bye, Jelly Monsters. Hello, Cosmic Cruncher.
Commodore has withdrawn their Jelly Monsters VIC-20 game just as the court date for the suit by Atari against them for the infringement of this game got pushed back to October, and released it in its stead Cosmic Cruncher, a maze game where the player controls a chomping Commodore logo around a maze full of aliens.
Atari is way out at the forefront of establishing their copyrights and going after clone software. They got the Pac-Man license from Namco, and they immediately started going after everybody. The Casey Munchkin case is the most famous, but they were going after a plethora of home computer companies as well, which we've talked about, of course, Online Systems, and also here, Commodore.
Oh, of course. And this is curious because this is an actual lawsuit out of England at this point. And we reported on this, how the English law had just less than a year earlier recognized the protectability of computer software. And of course, Jelly Monsters, this is the famous case where they knew that this thing was going to be an infringement. And yes, this is a HAL Labs developed game. It's a really good, for the time, conversion of Pac-Man. They knew that it was going to become a hassle. They've taken it off the market, which I don't know, but probably is going to mean that the UK courts don't really care that much. But, they've immediately replaced it with Cosmic Cruncher, which is kind of funny because it is the Commodore logo. Yes. It's basically a big F you to Atari, but hey, it's all good. Oh, and the funny thing here is, just to show how the UK is really still playing fast and loose with this, the same exact issue of Popular Computing Weekly that has this news article about how you get sued if you have a clone of Pac-Man, has a type-in listing for the VIC-20 of a game called Pac-Man with an X, which again is a clone of Pac-Man, as a type-in listing in the magazine. It's the UK still doesn't care.
I think though, Carl, that was a typo. I think that was supposed to say a Pac-Man clone called Mini Pac-Man. I think the clone is Mini Pac-Man.
Oh my goodness, and yes. This is why I should not be writing these on my phone. Yes, it's a Pac-Man clone called Mini Pac-Man. It gets even worse. It's Mini Pac-Man. Thank you.
No worries.
Fun stuff.
Meanwhile, in the software market, Commodore 64 and IBM conversions are coming.
The rapid increase in popularity of Commodore's latest machine and the growing IBM PC market is spurring ports from older systems like Atari's 8-bit line by companies like SSI and Broderbund.
Yep, it's clear there's a new king on the market here. Everyone kind of started out on the Apple II because they had to. It was the most open platform. It could actually do actual graphics, unlike the PET or the TRS-80. Then when the Atari 8-bit came out, they really all wanted to pivot to the Atari 8-bit. But Atari kept a tight lid on that at first, and so they weren't able to pivot. They had to extend on the Apple II. Then they finally, because Atari changed its mind, Chris Crawford wrote his very famous De Re Atari, and they were opening up the platform more, and finally the platform was coming open, and these companies were starting to flock to it right when the C64 was going to come along and squash its sales. So now we're going to see the first real full-scale transition away from the Apple II as the dominant platform, with the Atari 8-bit kind of being the aspirational platform, fully into the Commodore 64 being the dominant platform, with the IBM PC at times being the aspirational platform.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I mean, the fact that everybody's pivoting to the C64 makes sense, given the graphical capabilities, given the popularity of the machine. The fact that the VIC-20 is already being left in the dust. I mean, everybody just doesn't even really seem to be talking about the machine at this point.
And also the fact that Commodore under Jack Tramiel never cared one whit about software, which didn't always help them, but one way it did help them was that Jack Tramiel never cared if other people were writing software for his platforms.
Yeah, he never saw it as a source of income, therefore it didn't exist in his world. Mm-hmm. But the fact that so many of them are announcing software for the PC at this point caught me a little bit off guard, just because it suggests an understanding of what this machine would mean, or the number of people with the machine. I kind of didn't expect as much support at this point already. I would have thought maybe 84, 85, 86 maybe, but there seem to be a lot of companies jumping on the bandwagon already at this point.
Sure. And I mean, the PC doesn't get that many games or that great a penetration. I mean, 1987 is kind of the crossover year where the PC finally outflanks everything else for the first time. I mean, it starts rising a little earlier than that, but 1987 was kind of the pivot year. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's just a sense that these computers are going to be in the home. There's a PC Junior coming. I don't know that they fully understand at this point that it won't be fully backwards compatible or not backwards compatible, but fully compatible with an IBM PC. And I think a lot of this at this point is probably in response to the rumors going around that IBM is hitting the home computer market. Better to get in and start experimenting with the system now rather than wait until the peanut is on the market and it's too late to get in on the ground floor. That would be my guess why there would be experimentation at this time.
You know what? That makes perfect sense. I didn't connect those two dots because in my mind I keep thinking, okay, yeah, the PC Junior isn't fully compatible, blah, blah, blah. But at this point, they don't know that. Just like they didn't know the Electron wasn't going to be compatible. So, yeah, no, you're right. That makes perfect sense. They're probably expecting them to hit, and so they might as well already bet on it. Now, interesting side note to this porting question, there is a column in this month's Computer Gaming World about the increasing phenomenon of lazy or limited ports. And these are ports from, let's say, the Apple II to the Atari, like Pinball Construction Set, which only take limited advantage of the superior hardware in Atari's machine, and Choplifter, which took the unfortunate decision of replacing the 2-button controls on the original Apple version for a long versus short press option when porting it to the Atari. So this idea of how do you port a game is going to become increasingly important over the next few years, next few decades, really, when we think about it. And it's interesting to see how they're viewing it already in this relatively early stage. And it's only going to get worse as we go forward.
Right. And it's still the way it is today. I mean, you make for the lowest common denominator. You make something that is going to be able to run on everything, and then you port the bare minimum necessary to make it run on the more advanced system, because you're not going to get that much of an increase in sales for the amount of money and manpower you put towards taking advantage of those more advanced features. I mean, you don't just see it in computers, you see it in consoles, where in the Xbox 360, PS3 era, nobody was bothering to figure out how to harness that cell architecture that was so complex to its fullest. They would just make the Xbox 360 the lead platform and just, skate by on the PS3 when porting over.
Or just wait for the game to be 15 years old and port it to the Switch.
Right. There you go.
Sorry, for those listening to this perhaps in the future, they just announced that Red Dead Redemption 1 will be appearing on the Switch 12 or 13 years after it came out as a full price game. So,
yep.
Yeah, that's fun.
But getting back on that Commodore 64 bandwagon, we have SoftSync announces C64 games.
Yes, SoftSync, the first publisher founded by Ken and Sue Currier, later founders of Expert Software, has announced a lineup of C64 titles. And I really only mention them here not because the games are important, just sort of, this is the first time SoftSync, they've existed before this, but it's the first time they've popped up on my radar. And because of the importance of Expert Software later on in the PC market in the late 80s and early 90s, I thought it was interesting to add them here. Expert being a company that basically flooded the market with cheap application software that you could pick up at like an Office Depot for $10-15 a hit back in the day.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we also have Parker Brothers expands into computer games.
Parker Brothers talked up their upcoming Octopussy game at CES, as well as their plans to rely heavily on licenses, focus on games appropriate to the platforms they are released on, and that they have licensed First Star's Astro Chase for release on the Atari 8-bits in cartridge form.
The home computer market, the last desperate refuge of the console game company.
Yes, in many ways. This one I thought was interesting for a couple reasons. Number one, Octopussy never comes out. We don't get an Octopussy game. The way that they describe it is that it's basically you're running around as James Bond on top of a train, and you're trying to, it's a scene from the movie, and you're trying to get to a certain point on the train. And
not exactly GoldenEye.
No, not GoldenEye. From the description, I was immediately thinking Express Raider, but the game that they do release is is just generically titled James Bond, and is just a side-scrolling shooter game, more or less, with each level having the title of a different old Bond movie. And I actually reached out to a friend of the show, Tom Dusenberry, and asked him if he remembered what had happened here. And he said he didn't have any direct recollection, but he was guessing it had something to do with licensing the name Octopussy from the estate. But it's also interesting because Octopussy is being developed by a different team than the team that actually makes the James Bond game that comes out. So the developer for Octopussy was the same team that had actually developed the Vectrex, is working on this game. So there's something goes on there. I don't know exactly what. I've submitted it. And I mentioned this a few times on the show. I'm a regular contributor to Games That Weren't, the Games That Weren't website. And so I have submitted this one. Hopefully we will find out or see something of Octopussy at some point. But yeah. And it's also interesting that Parker Brothers is licensing games from First Star. We've talked about their creation on here before. So, and it's not that they're going to port it to a different system. They're going to be releasing a game that that First Star released on disc on cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm trying to still understand what the business rationale for that would be. But
any port in a storm, Carl. Any port in a storm.
I mean, I guess Parker Brothers probably needs a minimum number of games in their catalog to appease retailers. And so,
and I think the logic is they've already got cartridge manufacturing capability because they're already in that VCS market. And I think this is a way they feel more comfortable trying to bridge the gap between their console market and the home computer market by leveraging their existing cartridge expertise, would be my guess.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously disc is the cheaper format, so if they find these studios that have already had success with a disc product, bring it out on the cartridge, which the smaller companies can't afford to manufacture themselves, I guess they probably thought that there was a market there to be, that...
Well, and there is an ease of use market. I mean, obviously, after this kind of era, as floppy disks keep going down and computers become more user-friendly, you stop seeing cartridge slots on computers. But all the computers of this time had the cartridge slots, and the idea behind that, I don't think it was just so that they could sell more expensive things with higher margins and thwart piracy, though that's certainly part of it. But the main thing is it's plug and play. You plug a cartridge in the slot, it bypasses the OS, it bypasses the parser, and you just get straight to using the computer. And as in this period when they're trying to broaden the base of home computer users, that ease of use is considered very important. So there was still a belief, I think, at this time amongst companies that cartridge was a logical route to go in that market, even though it was a more expensive medium.
No, and a perfectly good argument right there. And it does make sense. And it's something that only a handful of big companies can probably afford to do at this point. Obviously, we're going to see that everybody who gets into the cartridge business for home computers is about to get burned bad. But, everybody is jumping on that bandwagon.
That's right, because also Spinnaker goes cartridge.
Educational software powerhouse Spinnaker has decided to launch 10 new learning programs for the C64 and Atari 8-bits on both disk and cartridge. The logic is that this expands the market for the software to those that don't own disk drives.
Yeah. Plus, of course, educational software, some of it for young children, plug and play, has its advantages.
Definitely.
You can see the logic behind it, but of course we're getting close to the point where everyone is just going to own a disk drive, and that does make the cartridges pretty redundant, because once you get over that initial, at the time, fairly expensive outlay for a disk drive, it is so much cheaper to get that floppy disk. Plus, you can copy that floppy.
Yes, piracy may or may not play a role in all of this. And we're not done with that line yet, and we're not done with the number of computer companies trying to figure out new ways to get stuff to people.
Yes, and we're not done with people in the computer game business having a bit of an issue with cartridges, as you mentioned a bit ago, because now Sierra offers one-to-one return policy with retailers.
Ken Williams' Sierra has made retailers an offer they can't refuse. In March and September, retailers will be able to return any games that they bought in the previous 6 months from the company and exchange them for new games on a one-to-one basis.
Now, if you don't understand retail, or if you haven't had much familiarity with retail, you might think, okay, that sounds reasonable and normal and healthy. It's like, no, it is not. Companies involved in manufacturing of this kind of stuff, they do not offer return policies, period.
Now, on a case-by-case basis, you have a big customer, you need them to take your new product, you might negotiate with them on a one-time basis or something to take back some old product or to price protect old product, pay them some money to discount it. But as a rule, you do not have a return policy. Sometimes you will have a stock rebalancing policy, and Atari has one of those right now.
Yeah.
But usually a stock rebalancing policy involves you need to take like 2 new games to return 1 old game. Stock rebalancing is not 1-for-1 because the manufacturer is going to eat a lot of inventory if they do a 1-on-1 return, because they're not going to make, it's going to be a wash basically. Whereas at least if you do a 2-for-1, you might get some, you might get some money that balances it out. So going to a 1-to-1 return policy with retailers means that Sierra is super desperate. It means no one is taking their new product and their old product is sitting on shelves and not doing anything. And they figure at this point they need to try anything to get their new product on the shelves with the hope that the public will still be interested in the new stuff when it gets there. But retailers clearly are not. So this is a sign of impending disaster. And it's all because they entered the cartridge market at the exact wrong moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's been ads in the magazines for the last 3-4 months about Sierra getting in on the VIC-20 market very, very heavily. Also getting into the Atari 8-bit market, which really wasn't something they were heavily into before this. They had some games, but hadn't ported heavily. And they have not really announced any C64 titles or very few C64 titles. They went deep into the VIC-20. They went deep into the Atari 8-bit in cartridge format. And it's going
flirted with ColecoVision.
Yes. And there's just no way back for them. I mean, this is going to be the almost collapse. We mentioned King's Quest on the PC Junior. That's going to be the thing that saves them because they're going to get money from IBM to develop that.
Exactly.
And again, talked to Ken Williams about this period. And also in my interview with Al Lowe, who just joined the company 6 months ago, he's going to be hit hard by this, and it will be one of the people laid off, but he immediately jumps back and takes on contract work with them and stays on his contract for the rest of his tenure with Sierra. So yeah, this is coming, but this is a sheer sign of desperation.
This is the canary in the coal mine right here. If you're reading this and at the time and you understand retail, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And it's just insane. I mean, it's insane.
Meanwhile, other canaries in the coal mine for some of these publishers, Soft Switch simplifies piracy.
Soft Switch, a VIC-20 cartridge by UK firm General Hardware Company, a great name by the way, acts as a go-between between the VIC-20 and a software cartridge, allowing the copying of said software.
I mean, the one advantage you get as a publisher for using a cartridge, because it's more expensive and you can't do reorders very well, but the one advantage you get is it is darn hard to pirate. So you do not want to see this if you're a software publisher.
No. And I mean, obviously, home computers, especially in Europe, you're going to have so many devices that are essentially designed for piracy over the next few years. The action replays and so forth, which have other functions, yes, but they really, really help with that piracy thing. And so this was a fun one to see because it really does mean VIC-20 cartridge software, there are no limits. You can do anything you want now.
Yeah. Well, and it's really interesting. And this leads into the next headline a little bit. I mean, you talk about how much piracy there was, and we talked about how the British went to budget software so quickly. And they did that in part because full price was very expensive for teenagers in the UK, and there were a lot of dodgy companies out there releasing dodgy software. And so it was very hard to, spend £20, £30 on a game only to have it be literally unplayable, which could happen. So there was a quick move to budget software, but by moving so quickly to budget software, they also did kind of destroy the idea of the value
definitely.
of software in the market. And now, obviously, there's always piracy. I mean, you can set at any price level and there's going to be piracy, but I think part of the reason why piracy was such an accepted part of the market in an open way like that, obviously piracy was happening in the US as well, but in such an open way in Europe, is that quick move to budget software kind of destroyed the idea of software even having much value once you're talking about games that are £5 or even £3 to buy.
We're going to be hitting $1.99 for brand new games before the decade is out in England. I mean, granted, the pound in the early 80s is like 3-1 to the dollar, but still, it's that lowering of the cost, which is also going to create a churn. I mean, you're going to have to constantly be putting out new games.
Exactly.
Wild Bill talked about this in my interview with him, that he was under constant pressure from the UK division to just sign up more and more software, which is what led to the microplay subline in the company, which gave us some great stuff like Stunt Car Racer. But, it wasn't the big, epic, polished Sid Meier's style software that Microprose would otherwise have produced.
No, and it's because of that race to the bottom. And it's a race to the bottom that doesn't happen as quickly in the United States, though was attempted at times in the United States. One example of that being a Datasoft launches budget line.
Yes, Datasoft has launched a new popularly priced line of software under the Gentry software name, targeting the $15 to $20 price range. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's a desperate company at this point. I mean, all of these American companies are desperate and are looking for new avenues. And, the budget thing doesn't really take off. I mean, kind of everybody gets destroyed by the crash, I think, in the United States, which my guess would be, my theory is that created a great aversion to doing any kind of budget software in the computer game market going forward, because for several years you really don't see it, and it's really not till around 1986, 1987 that the American companies start doing budget software, and they do it because they saw all the budget software in Britain, and they actually imported that practice from Britain. But I imagine it's the crash that made most companies very averse to budget software.
Well, and I can also imagine that there was pressure from the retailers in the U.S., because, I mean, they're not selling the games in a cassette box. They're selling a much bigger box. It's eating up more space on the shelves. There's just a very different retail environment that doesn't allow for that churn. I mean, I still remember it must have been like 90, 98, 99. It was this big deal when Computer Gaming World, it was either Computer Gaming World or PC Gamer, it was probably Computer Gaming World at that point, advertised on their cover that, with this issue, there was a free copy of Monkey Island. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't a disc attached to the magazine. It was this whole thing where you then had to send off for money, and then they would send you for like $5 a CD or something. It was just this insane thing. And I was thinking, in Europe at this point, for the last 20 years,
cover tapes,
cover CDs were already a commonplace thing, with older software and everything included. But that just never took off in the States. It was as if, this software needs to keep its base value.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other thing is there was less price pressure on the consumer side as well, because after the crash, the demographics in the United States trended older. It tended to be like college students, people in their 20s, their 30s, buying a lot of the software. And while they would like to have cheaper software just as much as the next guy, they were more financially equipped to deal with those prices than the teenagers that were fueling the British market.
Yeah, and in the States, the kids were playing on their NES. By the time you get to the second half of the 80s, those games were massively expensive. So, you were back to a Christmas business and a marketing-based business, which was then a great place for Blockbuster to start rentals.
Yep, there you go. It's all connected.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
So complicated.
Meanwhile, however, we turn our attention back to the British market where W.H. Smith stops taking new ZX81 software.
UK retailing juggernaut W.H. Smith has announced that they will not carry any new ZX81 software titles. They will continue to carry the machines and their existing software selection, but according to the company, a lack of consumer demand led to the move.
Right. I mean, that's no surprise here. Once the ZX Spectrum is widespread and relatively affordable, you're not going to use a ZX81 anymore. You like typing and seeing the screen at the same time, don't you?
Yeah. And I mean, we just mentioned it. The VIC-20 is going to be losing software support really, really quickly. For similar reasons. The next generation of machines is coming. And then the question will be, well, what will replace those? I mean, it's almost seems to be you've got like basically 2 years on a machine and then you've going to replace it. But suddenly the ZX Spectrum, the C64 will have legs. This whole market is going to shift in a way that this experience right now would say shouldn't be happening. But by 1985, 86, there will not be a mass exodus to new machines.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, also in the UK, Palace Software is looking for programmers.
The Video Palace, now in Oxford Street, London, has an ad in Personal Computer News magazine, but also adds a blurb saying that Palace Software is looking for programmers for the BBC Micro, Atari 8-bits, Spectrum, VIC-20, and C64. Machine code and originality, a requirement.
Absolutely. For those of us in America, Palace Software doesn't mean much to us, but those in Britain are most certainly aware of their infamous Barbarian game.
Oh, please. In the U.S., it was a very popular title distributed by Epix known as Death Sword. No, Death Sword is the first one, yeah. Then the sequel got renamed Axe of Rage. With absolutely terrible covers in both cases.
Yes. Nothing like that cover over in the UK.
If you don't have Maria Whittaker on the cover, what the hell are you doing? Please tell me what the hell are you doing?
And the other interesting thing to point out is this was actually pretty common in the United Kingdom, that a lot of the small software houses grew out of shops like this. Bug Byte is an example. Gremlin is another example. And here Palace as well.
Well, and Palace is actually a little bit more interesting than that because it's not just a retail location. They're also a distributor of movies. They're bringing titles over, especially what they called the Video Nasties.
Video Nasties. Yeah.
And so the first game that Palace Software actually brings out is the officially licensed Evil Dead game. Will be their first title. Now, if you've ever played it, we probably shouldn't spoil it because that might actually be a great 7 Minutes in Heaven title because it's special.
Now let's turn our attention to some licensing news with our next series of stories, starting with Dr. J and Larry Bird's sign with EA.
Two of the biggest NBA stars of their time, Larry Bird and Dr. J. Irving, have signed up with Trip Hawkins' Electronic Arts. Curiously, EA has also signed up cartoonist Gahan Wilson, best known for his slightly surreal Playboy cartoons and stories, and, according to the Video Game Update newsletter, Dr. J is looking forward to working with Wilson to make a realistic basketball game. That's a weird quote from the magazine that I have no idea how the hell they managed to mess that up, but...
Yeah, that is so very weird. But this is a landmark moment for EA because EA actually, after its initial releases, really flounders for a time. And this is one of the important games, Dr. J and Larry Bird go one-on-one, that helps get them back on their feet. And, of course, starts their move into sports and sports licensing and all of that stuff. So, monumental.
Monumental, yeah. It's also one of the first games where you have sports and the individual players have individual characteristics.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, the game never impressed me much. It's really designed for the Apple II. The C64 port looks like an Apple II game. The graphics are just absolutely horrendous. But the playability of the game, especially if you are somebody who knows a little bit more than I do about basketball, is quite impressive.
Right. And it's also interesting because it begins this idea because EA didn't just do licenses with people to put the name on the box and in the marketing. They actually invited the licensed individuals to contribute. And Larry Bird was not particularly interested. He did not contribute much. But Dr. J, Julius Erving, actually spent some time with them just going over kind of his philosophy on basketball, and that was, very much incorporated into the game, and that's something that became a hallmark with Earl Weaver, with Chuck Yeager, with John Madden. Some of them contributed more, some of them contributed less, but all of them contributed. They didn't just lend their name to the box.
Yeah. And I mean, you also see it in Trip Hawkins' love of detail in in his sports simulations that he always talks about having played, board game sports simulations and how that influenced him. Now, the Gahan Wilson, are you familiar with his art?
No, not by the name. I might recognize the art if I saw it, but...
Yeah, you'd probably recognize it. If you read a Playboy magazine of the 70s, 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, you would automatically recognize the artwork. And I, of course, always read it for the comics. That's just why you read Playboy.
Of course. Of course it is.
But very, very interesting style, a little surrealistic in proportions and stuff. No game comes out of this. He does do a game with Microsoft much later in the 90s, this haunted house children's thing. I would love to find out what they were attempting here. I mean, once Tripp starts doing interviews again after he's done with his biography, if I do get him on here, this is just shot to the top of my list of questions I have for him. What the hell was he thinking?
You'll have to ask that question because, I did not know about this when I interviewed Tripp, so I never asked about this. That's a good thing to see if he remembers.
Yeah, I mean, he must have had an idea of converting that art style to this, or a specific idea that I have no idea. There's no other details.
Yep.
Couldn't find anything else online. It's just weird. Oh, well.
Absolutely. Moving on to our next licensing story, First Star Software signs with Marvel.
First Star Software, which has ties to the movie industry, has signed a deal with Marvel to make computer games based on their properties. Marvel has already licensed Spider-Man to Parker Brothers for the Atari 2600. Yeah, I mean, this one, it goes nowhere. There will be a license given in short period of time to Adventure.
Scott Adams.
Yeah, Scott Adams Adventure
International.
Thank you, Adventure International. I kept wanting to say Adventure Limited. I was like, I know that's wrong. Okay, and he'll do a couple of text adventures using Marvel characters, which is really the worst way to use a Marvel character, if you ask me. But well. Interestingly enough, though, in 1984, First Star will start releasing games based off of Warner comic book licenses.
Which is not in any way a surprise, because in 1984, Warner buys First Star Software.
Okay, there is the missing link I did not know about.
Yeah, First Star is actually bought by Warner.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Do they do that before or after they liquidate Atari?
I believe after, but don't quote me on that. It might have been right before. It's in the same time frame. Interesting.
Okay, hopefully we'll run across some news stories about it. I'm sure we will.
We will, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, I was wondering the whole time, wait, what happened to the Marvel license? Why do they suddenly have things like Mad Magazine and DC, which, yes, all under the Warner umbrella, but still it seemed like something that you would have licensed separately? Okay, now that all makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
And rounding out our licensing triptych here, Sydney Software gets Johnny Hart licenses.
Yes, Canadian developer Sydney Software has gotten the license to The Wizard of Id and BC, Johnny Hart's daily syndicated comic strips. They plan on releasing various games based on the properties, including Spook Maze, Wizard's Adventure, and Bung Juggler, based on Wizard of Id, and Quest for Tires, based on BC.
Mm-hmm.
Now, two things. Number one, you've recently interviewed the founder of Sydney Software.
Tarney Williams, yes.
Did this license come up in that conversation?
Not in any meaningful way. I mean, I asked about some of this stuff, but there wasn't really any great story there, at least not that I got.
Okay, because I did talk to Ken Williams about the Johnny Hart license. Because Sierra will be the ones releasing Quest for Tires in the United States. Sydney Software releases it in Canada. And it will be Sierra who licenses out for the rest of the world, as far as I understand it. The Wizard of Id games that they're talking about here, none of them ever materialize. The only Wizard of Id game that gets licensed is a typing teaching program with the Wizard, which is also released by Sierra. There's a sequel, Quest for Tires 2, Grog's Revenge, which also gets a sequel, which is also released by Sierra. And Ken Williams talks both in his book, and we talked about a little bit in the interview, how he and Roberta flew out to Johnny Hart's private estate, which is like in the middle of the forest or something, and the guy was very eccentric and blah, 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 and how they had met with Johnny Hart. So I guess I may have made the wrong jump that Sierra was the ones who acquired the license.
Right.
But apparently Sydney acquires the license.
That's correct, yes.
So I'd love to know what the relationship is then. Does he sell the license off to Sierra? Does Sierra then have to negotiate their own license and just buys Quest for Tires off of Sydney? I don't know what that relationship is, and it's really, something I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it remains Sydney's license. One thing I do wonder about is, they did release it on the ColecoVision. Yeah. And I wonder if they had to secure console rights. Just complete speculation. That may not be true, but I wonder if it had something to do with that.
That is possible. Yeah, because McKen just talked about going out to see Johnny Hart, but never mentioned whether or not it was what exactly it was about. It just became this anecdote about how eccentric the guy was.
Right.
And so that could be the explanation of where that comes from. Let's see. Grog's Revenge. Sydney apparently is also the distributor for that. So, yeah. I don't know. I was just, curious about it because it just seems a little convoluted.
Absolutely.
Okay, but enough.
All right, we're almost there, people. I promise. We have made it through the computer software for the most part. We have a few more things to go, and we're going to start with a legendary origin here. Crash Mail Order places ads.
Crash Micro Games Action, a new mail order house out of Ludlow in the UK, is running what may be their first ads this month. Only carrying Spectrum games, they claim to be saving you money by not having postage fees and will also regularly send you their catalog, which by January of 1984 will evolve into the launch of the classic Spectrum Games mag, Crash.
Yeah, obviously, I didn't grow up in that environment, but I do know from reading Retro Gamer and whatnot that Crash was absolutely legendary.
Oh, yes.
In the British market.
Yes, and Crash will beget Zap 64 from the same publisher. That will then lead to a lot of the people from there will move on. I just finished my interview with Jazz Rignall, who started at Zap and then goes on to Computer and Video Games, which is a different publisher, and then goes on to found Mean Machines and so forth. But yeah, these are the magazines that are going to create that very, I don't want to say in your face,
irreverent, let's say.
Irreverent, yes, approach to game reviewing. I mean, already here, the Crash guys are basically saying, we don't carry every Spectrum game. We've already selected the best ones, and we will only have the best ones on the list, which is kind of cool, especially considering how many games are appearing every month, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's a very important magazine for a variety of reasons, and establishes in many ways the hallmark attitude of the UK magazine publishing spirit. And I've just thrown way too many words together. Okay.
Well, it's been a long recording.
Yeah.
Next we have Videotex, brings hope of standardized network information and fears of privacy concerns.
This month's Byte magazine focuses on the up-and-coming two-way Videotex, no T at the end, technology. New standards developed in Canada expand on the existing European technology to provide much more detailed graphics through the NAPLPS graphics standard, but also fears that server-side tracking of user behavior through bank records, but also access to histories of what users have read, might create unwanted privacy issues. They even quote George Orwell's 1984 and how the problems with Big Brother began with two-way TV, and cite a then recent case where a porn theater owner used hotel records of pay-per-view porn viewing to defend themselves against obscenity charges. And
that's fun.
Yeah. So the issue here is that you've already got teletext in Europe as a pretty well-established technology where you pull up these pages of of text, and you can't really do much in the way of graphics other than ASCII art. And what this CBC, is it CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation?
Yes, yeah. CBC.
This CBC, and it's not just it's not the CBC for the entire country. It's, I think, just one of the provinces has developed this. They've incorporated an existing graphics standard, NAPLPS. Don't ask me what it stands for. I looked it up and then I immediately forgot it, which can do some fairly detailed line art. They would be incorporating that into the system, as well as having the ability to, similar to the French system, and the name of that is also alluding
Minitel.
Minitel, thank you. Similar to the Minitel system, would allow for things like access to bank records and so forth. So it's a hybrid of Minitel and and teletext, and with more graphics and stuff, but at the same time, all of the concerns we have today about, what does our service provider know about us and so forth, are already being talked about in this article in fairly eloquent and very detailed and prescient ways. So if anybody is interested in those topics, especially from a historical standpoint, the link is in the show notes. Go check out that. There's a bunch of smaller articles spread out throughout the magazine on this topic.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And in another pioneering area in north of the border, Canadian Pacific Air brings games to planes.
No worries, and thank you for reading it that way. No worries about pesky warnings about interfering signals here. On your next flight from Vancouver to Amsterdam, you can rent one of several games to whittle away the hours. Blackjack, Donkey Kong, Snoopy, and baseball will keep you entertained for hours.
One thing that I always think is great about going back and doing things like the time machine is that you see how rarely there's anything new under the sun. It's always funny to see something that you think of as happening later, finding an earlier example of it. And this is just, one of the cool examples of that, I think.
Yeah. Now, the weird thing here is I couldn't figure out exactly what the devices are. I'm guessing they're just small LCD screens, a Game & Watch or something. That was my initial thought. And
it would make sense.
It would make sense given the games.
Exactly, because I don't know when they all came out, but obviously there's a Donkey Kong Game & Watch. There's a Snoopy Game & Watch.
Yeah. Well, and this is why I was a little bit curious, because then there was one article saying that, it would only be in certain seats. And I'm thinking,
right.
But it's too early for a screen in the back of a chair.
You would think.
It would have to be. I mean, color LCDs aren't a thing yet.
Yeah.
In 83.
But no, I think these have to be essentially the Game & Watch games.
Yeah.
I was looking, the Snoopy game did come out in 83, it looks like. I mean, I'm just doing really...
Yeah.
The Department of Corrections may get me because I'm just doing really back of the napkin calculating here. But so yeah, this, and obviously Donkey Kong is the big tell. But this feels like they're Nintendo Game & Watch games.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking. The only other thing I could think of would be some kind of tabletop thing like the Coleco ones. But then Snoopy, I don't think got anything similar to that at this point.
Exactly, where there was a Snoopy Game & Watch. So
yeah. But yeah, fun stuff. Game on a plane, baby.
Absolutely. Moving on then, Danielle Bunton extols the virtues of playtesting.
A really fun article in this month's Computer Gaming World by game guru Danielle Bunton about the importance of playtesting during game development highlights the conflicts between designer ego, player expectations, and software creation realities. A first-class read for anyone who wants to make games or enjoys them even 40 years later.
Yeah, Bunton did a whole series. She was a regular columnist for Computer Gaming World in the early days, and all of it is really fascinating and really insightful, and especially since she left us so tragically early, it's a great kind of time capsule for her thought process when creating some of her very memorable products.
Exactly. And I've browsed through most of those articles so far, but this one about play testing, especially at this point in time, at this juncture, like we talked about, the English market is going the way of budget software, fast releases, throw as much as you can out there. The crash is being caused in large part by poorly designed and poorly play-tested software. For a million other things, obviously, overproduction, blah, blah, blah. But a game like E.T. has its problems because it's just not well tested. And the way that Bunton explains it in this article and the changes that she made to games based off that feedback and the types of people that she tried to get to play her games, people who would not normally play games, so she could see what problems arise in the interface that a normal computer user wouldn't think about or wouldn't have a problem with, but the outside person would, and so forth. Just absolutely fascinating. So
absolutely. This next one I also find very, very fascinating. UCLA holds conference on graphic design in games.
Susan Ishkin, coordinator for continuing education at UCLA, has organized, with the help of game programmer Stephen Sidley, a conference on graphic design in games. The point of the event was to discuss how graphic designers might break into this up-and-coming industry and what their contributions can and should look like. Speakers such as Chris Crawford and friend of the show Roger Hector were there. There also seems to have been a bit of a battle line between those that still see game making as a one-person activity. Chris Crawford and Mike Oliphant represented this side, while others such as Roger Hector and Michael Becker, graphics head for iMagic, were promoting the idea of design teams as the way forward.
Yeah, and this is right in the period when a lot of that transition is happening, and iMagic was really at the forefront of having, really accomplished. They weren't the very first to do it, but they had really accomplished graphic artists involved in the making of their games. Atari's already doing it by this point as well, and Coleco has started to separate that out, but not everyone has yet. Oliphant, he was from Mattel. Crawford is just crotchety. It's Crawford. But it's an interesting to see this debate unfolding in this academic environment like that.
Exactly. And I tried to look up some people. Stephen Sidley, he's still in tech to this day. He doesn't stay in games for very long. He goes off and does other stuff. But he still has a couple of his C64 games listed in his bio that's where he got to start. And Susan Ishkin, I believe she's retired now. I tried tracking her down, but I didn't send a message to talk to her. But yeah, I mean, it is one of those fun things. And these kind of conferences are popping up in more places. I mean, as the industry is becoming a more complex, you really get this feel that everybody's trying to figure out, okay, what does the business model for making a game look like? What are the resources that we need? And these are important questions basically this is going to be Nintendo's advantage. Nintendo has moved to this model. I mean, Shigeru Miyamoto doesn't know how to code.
Yep, absolutely. And indeed, in terms of all of this figuring out, what's being billed as first video game conference held in San Francisco.
Billboard sponsored the first video game conference. That's all caps.
Now, before you go on, because I don't want our Department of Corrections to have a heart attack, this is what Billboard is billing as the video game conference. So it's the first proper noun video game conference. We have not forgotten Gametronics, Ethan. Don't worry. It's okay. You may continue, Carl.
Yes. That's why video, game, and conference all with capital letters at the beginning to say that it's a name and it's the first thing called video game conference.
Yes.
Meant to bring together industry luminaries from the home computer and video game space to mingle and discuss the pressing issues of the day. While many panels were held discussing everything from marketing approaches to the role of mass merchants versus specialty retailers, the main issue seems to have been the question of whether home computers would replace consoles, find a way to live side by side, or truly be completely separate markets. And the interesting thing is, and a lot of this may be coming from who's reporting on it, because the report of this conference is in Toys, Hobbies, and Crafts, which is a specialty magazine for retailers in the toys, hobbies, and crafts industry. So obviously, if you're speaking to the retailers, that's the thing you're going to be focused on. What do the product categories look like going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is this is a really challenging time for toy stores and toy departments to figure out what the heck they should be carrying. Because they've got Commodore and Atari saying, with these home computers, they have Atari, Coleco, and Mattel with these video game consoles. The video game consoles seem to be oversaturated. Are the home computers the new future? And I think there's a lot of nervousness about where these things are going to land. Commodore going through Kmart has been such a big deal. And whether the home computer is going to be able to bust free of the console or not. I mean, these are definitely anxieties that the toy industry has got to be feeling at this moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially because if you look at the magazines, and we mentioned a few times here over the last year, a lot of the editorials in the retailer magazines have all been about, you should take the heavy jump into computers. Yeah, they're even more expensive than the already expensive consoles, but this is the wave of the future. And now that the prices are crashing, you've got to be wondering as a retailer, should I buy this inventory? What's it going to be worth next week? These are huge, huge decisions that I would be scared shitless if I was a retailer having to now drop a bunch of cash on what? Which computer is going to survive? Which one's still going to be around? Oh, the VIC-20 is looking great. Oh, wait, now there's no software for it. It's, yeah. Just order more G.I. Joes and He-Mans and Barbies and My Little Ponies and call it a day.
Well, and, I think that's what a lot of them decided to do. I mean, I don't, that hasn't really been examined in the context of the crash, but I know we've talked about it on this show, but I mean, just more broadly, it hasn't been talked about in the context of the crash. And I do have to wonder whether part of that return to traditional toys was just retailers and distributors in that industry just throwing their hands up at all of these incompatible, constantly shifting, constantly price-changing platforms and being like, action figures it is.
Well, and this is where a lot of the magazines, especially, what is it? It's not Toys, Hobbies, and Crafts. It's one of the other ones. But they have
Playthings, maybe?
Which one?
Playthings, maybe?
Yeah, Playthings, maybe, where they have that monthly bit where different regional retailers...
What's selling? Yeah, that's Playthings.
And so many of the comments are just, people saying, from now on, I'm only buying Coleco. Screw everything else. And this kind of approach... And once Coleco starts going haywire with the Atom, they must have just been like, there's no port left in this storm.
Yeah.
And so, I can definitely see the
Japanese robots that Hasbro's bringing over look kind of cool.
Exactly. There's different price categories. I can sell the Bumblebee to the kid who's only got $3, and then we can sell Optimus Prime to the kid who's got 20. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But while video games are failing in their core market, they are starting to move into other markets, as Supercade coming to Saturday mornings.
Donkey Kong, Mario, Pauline, and Donkey Kong Jr. will be some of the stars of Saturday Supercade, a new Saturday morning cartoon debuting in the fall.
That's right. So, obviously, cartoons are a little bit late coming to this video game thing, almost too late, but there is a reason for that. Because up until this very season of television, according to FCC rules, you could not air any programming that could be considered advertising for a product sold to kids. And there had been a great controversy a couple of decades before when there was a Hot Wheels show sponsored by Mattel that ostensibly had nothing to do with the Hot Wheels cars. It was about a racing club called Hot Wheels, but was also clearly meant to get the name out there, and that was said to be no good. But with Ronald Reagan coming in and wanting to deregulate everything, and he had the opportunity to make new appointments to the FCC, which made these rules, that rule was repealed somewhere around 81 or 82, and now here in 83 is basically the first season of television in which shows created after that rule repeal, because it takes a while to bring a show through production, are starting to show up on the air. So even though it's a little late, it's no coincidence that video game shows are only starting to show up now.
Yeah. And we've already had Pac-Man. That was the first one out of the gate. Hanna-Barbera was able to act relatively quickly on that. But yeah, I mean, within the next year or so, we're going to have Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to have Dragon's Lair. We're going to have, there's a couple other video game-based ones.
Yep. Alongside all of the action figure shows that start showing up, like G.I. Joe and Masters of the Universe, and and it's all coming from this same source as suddenly everything can be a toy commercial on Saturday morning.
And don't forget syndication. Syndication's going to be the much more powerful one there.
And in syndication, yes.
Yeah, I mean, He-Man goes straight to syndication every afternoon.
So does G.I. Joe, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Both avenues.
Oh, crazy. Yep. Okay.
But another big debut coming up here. VidKid column brings game reviews to newspapers.
11-year-old Rawson Stovall's Kid Vid game review column has now expanded to 11 newspapers in the U.S. And yeah, so this is a notice out of a UK magazine. I hadn't actually run across this column yet, so I don't know when it started. But it's basically video game reviews in a regular newspaper as a syndicated column, and written by an 11-year-old. Now, Rawson Stovall is still out there. Doesn't do reviews anymore, I don't think, but...
he became a producer in the video game industry.
That's what it was, yes. Sorry, I did Google him, but it took me, completely forgot it because that was like a month ago. It feels like a month ago that I've been researching this episode for so long at this point, it's hard to...
He entered the industry. Once he went to college, he put aside the whole game review thing to go to college, and then got a job in the video game industry. And according to Wikipedia, don't know if it's completely up to date, but according to Wikipedia, it says as of 2022, he works as a senior designer on mobile games for Concrete Software. Don't know if that's still true today, but at least as late as last year, he was still active in the industry. He's in his early 50s now.
There you go. Oh, he produced The Godfather and some games in the Medal of Honor and Sims franchises. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Well, then,
so
there you go.
Definitely someone worth contacting.
It would be interesting
for the entire gamut of his career.
Okay,
and
he's on the list.
Speaking of people who are journalists and other things, Julian Rignall is gaming champ.
Computer and Video Games magazine has crowned Julian Rignall, 18, the UK video game king. After outscoring 500 contestants, Julian reigned supreme on games such as Donkey Kong, Defender, and Gyrus. Julian would go on to write for Zap64, work at Virgin Games, and be a key early voice at IGN, and is still active in the industry to this day.
And I think we should leave it there so that people are encouraged to get those Patreon donations in, so that when this interview goes live, it's not live yet, but when this interview goes live, you'll be among the first to hear all about it.
Yeah, I just finished this interview the other day because I ran across this. I follow Jazz, as he's known on Twitter. Very interesting guy, and we had a very nice 2.5 hour long conversation about the business side of publications, especially interesting because he knows both the UK and the US publishing side. Right. As he worked on magazines, and then the transition to websites, how all of that played out. Very, very interesting, fascinating conversation. So I'll be posting that hopefully next couple of months if I do finally get time to edit the so many interviews that are sitting on my hard drive. So,
well, this definitely can't wait to hear this one.
Oh, it's a good one. And it's very funny. We got along fantastically. May have to cut a few things out, but oh well. All the best interviews have a lot of stuff cut out of them. Okay, so we finally have reached the end of our stories. Finally, the end of this, the Crashiest Crash episode. One final bit, Alex, please tell us what is the word of the episode.
Well, when we have well over 100 stories, there truly is, and I'm not even being sarcastic, there truly is no one word that can truly encapsulate everything. Obviously, you do have the crash going on, but you also have things rising from the ashes, like Nintendo coming out. And so even Crash, which I think I already used once recently anyway, doesn't do it. So instead, I'm going to use a word that, even though it doesn't dominate this month's conversation, shows up at least once in every area of the conversation. And that word is laser.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
The early introduction of the laser in the 60s to the Laserdisc games of the arcade to the laser printers that are being linked with networking and Vision in the computer space. The laser was with us every step of the way during this big marathon.
That is so true. And I would not have come up with it. And this is why I like having you here. So, remind everybody where they can find your fine work.
As always, you can find me at theycreateworlds.com. The podcast is there, also podcast.theycreateworlds.com. The blog that doesn't update very often but has some interesting old articles is there. And as I think this will probably come out just under the wire, there is that Dragon Con appearance coming up on Labor Day weekend in the United States in Atlanta, Georgia. So if you happen to be at Dragon Con, you can also check out myself and my co-host Jeffrey Dom there as we discuss the 7th guest. And the time and place for that will be in the Dragon Con scheduling app.
Excellent. So, with that being said, everybody, remember, support us on Patreon. And next episode will probably not be nearly this long. So, okay, everybody, have fun.